evening and welcome to Derby Date Night, Kentucky edition. We are live at Central Bank Center in Lexington, Kentucky, where we are getting ready for two rockin' games of roller derby. Our hosts, Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, will be taking on the visitors, Lansing Roller Derby out of Lansing, Michigan, in two exciting matchups. Our first game is the ROCKstars versus Lansing's A-Team. Later tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, the IndieROCKers will be taking on the Lansing B-Team. Before we begin, let's introduce ourselves. You are watching Derby Date Night, where we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'm your play-by-play announcer with all the action and a peppering of off-topic commentary and silly jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date night and the real brains behind this operation. He's not only our technical producer-director, he also has to keep me focused while pressing all the buttons to make everything work. It's a tough job. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and of course tonight is no different. The theme for our jokes this weekend is rock. I should be more specific. We had our members vote between rock, a boulder, rock music, and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. With that being said, can you smell what Derby Date Night is cooking? That's right. You all voted for tonight's jokes to be all about our favorite rock from WWE and the blockbuster hits Baywatch and Tooth Fairy. These jokes are gonna be rockin'. Yes, I chose his worst movies on purpose, of course. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, affectionately known as our third wheels, and would love to have you along for the ride. Sirius and I love our derby dates, and we want to keep bringing you all the best derby action. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and website. And our website. I'm doing great so far. If you want to be on an even if you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. As a member, you get access to things like bonus content, shout-outs in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks of upcoming episodes. Plus, your support helps us travel to more derby events, improve our videos, and keep the derby love rolling strong. So if you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every membership makes a huge difference, and we appreciate you all so much. Let's grow this derby-loving community together. We are so excited to be here in Kentucky. We're in the heart of Kentucky. This is the first time we have streamed from Lexington, a brand new venue for us. So we are very excited to be here, and we can't wait for a great game between these two teams. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Can you mute me? Nope, no sneeze. Okay. I'm doing great so far. We are just a first-class operation here at Derby Date Night, which you all have come to love and expect always. It's not what you thought. Yeah, I also have a little bit of some sort of a tickle in my throat. Yeah, Eric, if you're listening, I think it's your fault that I'm not feeling super great, but I am going to make it through because this is, well, I don't want my husband going on a Derby Date Night with a different announcer. I gotta show up and be here for all of it. So something about this game that is really fun is these two teams played each other at the Small Town Smackdown in 2023 in Muncie, Indiana, which Rock went on to eventually win the championship of that game. It is not the same exact teams. These teams have changed quite a bit in the past 2 years. Yeah, 2 years since 2023. But I guess I was asking the coaches, and they were saying this is predicted to be a very close matchup. We have had both of these teams on Derby Date Night before, but I don't think we as Derby Date Night have ever filmed this exact matchup, aside from Small Town Smackdown, but that was B teams. So this is going to be a little bit different, obviously. We're starting with the A team right now, and we are super... I'm just super curious to see how this matchup is going to go. I have no idea which team is going to be the favorites here. So let me know, who are you rooting for? Are you here for Rock or are you here for Lansing? So far, we've got Thriller J definitely here for Rock. Who else are we rooting for? Okay, and we have started, and we have our first lead jammer of Lansing Roller Derby. Hey, Thriller J, you're joining All-Stars. Woo-woo! Thriller J, are you the ref that I know? Because you're amazing, and we love you. Oh, it's a demo jam? I can't hear anything. I've got nothing. So I can't hear that they said it was a demo jam. I was wondering why they were going so slowly. I was like, this is an A-level game. Look, they're demonstrating derby for us. Oh, they're demonstrating that you can do a pass and then become the jammer if you are the pivot. No, I hear nothing. Yes, I remember you. Thank you so much. And we are excited that you are now a third wheel all-star, and Sirius will put your name up on the screen once he figures out why I can't hear myself in my headphones. US Amy here for Derby Date Night. I love you. I'm doing little hearts to you. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here. Thriller J, there we go. Welcome to Third Wheel All-Star. We are so excited to have you as a member of our third wheels, and you can now use your extra special emojis and all sorts of cool things. Okay. We have got Nukem on the line for Rock for, I think, what is actually the first jam. And Sweet Poison is on the line for Lansing Roller Derby. And that whistle means we have started the game. Nobody's moving. Nukem trying to find any sort of space there. Cosmic Horror going to try and do a little bit of offense. Nukem getting pulled all the way back. Meanwhile, Sweet Poison is, oh, there goes Nukem, but Sweet Poison right behind. Nukem is lead. Sweet Poison is right on Nukem's tail. Little jammer on jammer action there as Sweet Poison tries to push Nukem out. Nukem is communicating with the pack. The pack has now sped up. Nukem doesn't, even though Nukem is behind. Okay, we're going to just go for an open skate. This is an all skate. Everybody skate. Nukem's not calling it. These two jammers are hitting the pack at the same time. Nukem gets hit to the inside. And it is Sweet Poison who comes out with the first 4 points in this game, even though Sweet Poison and Lansing do not have lead. But Nukem was able to get through and grab 4 points. All right. 4-4 to begin this game. Happy to have y'all here. It's a nice day here in Lexington, Kentucky. Not too hot, and we are in a beautiful, brightly lit convention center, so hopefully that gets you some nice, what's the word? Like, you just made a signal for eyes. So hopefully that makes it so that you can see things a little bit better. It did feel like a slow first jam, didn't it? And then everybody just kind of skated around. I feel like we're going to take a minute maybe to warm up to Derby. Wait, how did Rock get 8 points? Is that why we have a timeout right now? Because we're trying to fix that? I don't think Rock has 8 points, though. Do you? I didn't see her go through twice. Chat, am I missing something? I know. You know, Thriller, at least it is Derby. Slow or fast, it's Derby. Okay, this is more like the speed we are used to. Rock coming out quickly with lead jammer. Lansing coming out about half a track behind, but it is Rock and Battlescar who is going to get into that pack and try to open up the Lansing blockers. Lansing coming in hoping that they were able to snag a point, but they did not get any points there, whereas Rock was able to grab 3 out of 4. Bringing Rock to 11. Did Rock get 4 extra points? Okay, I'm going to have to drop that. Thank you, Thriller J. See, there's people in the chat who agree with me. All right, we are getting ready for our next jam with Multipass for Rock and Rogue One for Lansing. Multipass taking a big ol' hit from a blocker in the back, slowing Multipass down. Rogue One, in the meantime, getting swallowed up by that pack as Multipass is out and will be lead jammer for Rock. Lansing is dealing with a block-to-puss. All 4 blockers focused on holding Rogue 1. Lucille Brawl coming in to try and provide some offense. And that star is off, and Lucille Brawl is now the jammer as multipass comes in for a second scoring pass. First scoring pass? I'm still getting my bearings clearly. Multipass through. Oh, and takes a little bit of a tumble to the inside, but is going to be recycled to the back as Lucille Ball is still in that pack trying to, having gotten swallowed up after taking that pass. That pack's starting to move a little bit. Both jammers a little stuck, and so Multipass decides to call the jam after scoring points. 8 points. Yes, faster derby. We love faster derby. But do you remember back in the day, like 2013, 14, where we had very slow derby starting on our knees? That was so silly. Why did we do that? Carl's here. Hello, Carl. We're always happy to have you join us. We've got 2 games of Derby for you today. We are starting with the A teams of Lansing and Rock. Following this, we will be having the B teams for both of these teams play against each other. And right now, Rock is winning, but it is Sweet Poison and Lansing who are trying to catch up. And the only way you can do that is by getting lead, which Lansing does. Hits, however, from Rock is right behind Sweet Poison, and these 2 jammers are coming to hit that pack. Lansing calls it, but Hits is pretty dang excited because Hits was able to steal 4 points, and Lansing, I believe, only grabbed 2 there. Oh, 2 whistle starts. Yeah. Ranger Danger, are you just going to be commenting whatever Bruce says? Because I love that if that's the case. We are also, so those of you in the chat, we're not at Circle City tonight, but we've got all of Circle City listening. So as Circle City game is happening, I'm expecting updates, Ranger, on how that game is going as well. So we're kind of watching 2 games at once. Newcomb is going to be your lead for Rock. Barbie Filet is in that pack and just having a time with these 2 blockers who are just all over Barbie as Newcomb comes through for 4 points for Rock. Barbie Flay is through. That is Barbie's initial. Here comes Newcomb on another scoring pass. Has 2 more blockers to get past. Takes a little push to the inside. Decides to call it before Barbie comes in to score any points. Another person cheering for Rock. Go Rock, love you and miss you bad. Oh, Ragdoll Ruby, did you used to skate for Rock? We're so excited to be able to show you how Rock is doing if you are unable to make it to the game. Lots of people were able to make it, though. Looking at that crowd, it is a great big crowd here in our, what is this called, a exhibit hall? Exhibit hall in a convention center. Oh, yeah, you're road tripping back from Disney with the kids. Ranger, Bruce, Crash, and I are road tripping back from Disney with the kids. Hi, kids. Just as in the dark as you are. Okay, so we can make up what's happening at the Circle City game. That's a good idea. Tara, what you've missed is Rock is currently in the lead. We are 7 jams in. Battlescar is now lead. The Mind Killer jamming for Lansing, getting pushed to the inside as Battlescar comes around on a scoring pass. Going to the outside, coming to the inside. Lansing finding each other to really create a nice wall up against Battlescar as the Mind Killer is stuck in the back. Offense unable to really help. Now offense is coming out because Battlescar is headed to the penalty box. So, oh no, not the penalty box. Just being pulled back by the pivot from Lansing. Both jammers really stuck. The Mind Killer does have the star off, but is still the jammer. Thought they saw some space, but nope. Rock defense is doing such a good job recycling up to the front. Battlescar is able to get through for 4 more points. Tara, you should welcome Thriller J. He just joined as an all-star. Okay, this pack is starting to move. The star was passed to Jarmageddon. And no points will be able to be scored by Lansing because Battlescar did decide to call that jam off before any points were able to be scored by Lansing. Rock doing a great job of holding Lansing to 6. Lansing definitely starting to rely on the strategy of the Star Pass to be able to get those jams called off by Rock. You're imagining, yes. I am imagining at Circle City that Eric is probably doing a dance to get the jam called off. It should be the Hokey Pokey. We taught him that dance last weekend at Small Town Smackdown. Oh, chicken dance, not Hokey Pokey. Yes, the chicken dance. That's right. That's the one I sang. Maybe next time, Hokey Pokey. Okay, Lansing with a lead. Sweet Poison. I think Sweet Poison had the lead last time that they jammed, so that's cool. Multipass, though, has also had a lead jam under her belt, is chasing down Sweet Poison. Sweet Poison getting pulled to the back. Oh, is back in the pack. Both jammers in that pack trying to push their way through. Everybody is all scrambled up. Multipass on the ground waiting for the pack to kind of move a little bit before attempting to go forward. Gets pushed to the outside, but the skater who pushed her out also went out, and so Multipass decided to just keep going. And Lansing did call that jam. They were able to get 4 points on the board. Yes, this is A versus A. In an hour and 45 minutes, we will have B versus B. Thanks, Thriller J. You're the best. Lots of our favorite Derby Date Night friends in the chat tonight. I'm sure you're all very excited that the vote that won was we are going to tell rock jokes tonight. Guess what kind of rock? Can you smell what Derby Date Night's cooking? I'm going to say that all night serious. You're going to just have to deal with it. Dwayne, The Rock, Johnson. Those are the kind of jokes you're going to get here. What? Serious? Are you not excited about all the jokes? Why are you giving me that look? Oh. All right, Jam Beasley got lead. And I think immediately called it there because the other jammer also came out right about the same time. Rock is a challenging team to play. I mean, Rock, like I told you, won Small Town Smackdown 2 years ago, and every time I've seen them since, I'm always impressed by how well they do. They will also be, I don't remember what all of their games are, but I do know that later this year in August, they'll be playing Philly. And I think that's going to be really fun. Although I was talking with a rock skater earlier, and I mentioned that they're going to be playing Philly, and they did not look like they thought it was going to be fun. They looked a little scared, but I think that's going to be a great game in August. And luckily, in a what? Oh, Sirius is snapping. During next time out, can we get official rundown? I would love to, but I only have 5 listed. I know there's more than 5, so I will work on getting a better list than these 5, but I will tell you who those 5 are during the next break. All right, Newcomb is the jammer for Rock and is out with a smile and is lead jammer. Sweet Poison jamming for Lansing is taking a second to get up, sweeping to the inside, juking around Rock's pivot, takes a hit to the face, and is not feeling great. So we're going to have potentially an injury timeout. I think that was a wrist guard to the lip, maybe. So we're gonna take a quick break, but we will be right back. welcome back. That skater is being helped by our medics and looks like they are going to be getting some care. They will not be able to play for the next 3 jams because of the jam getting called for a medical timeout, but we wish them the best, and we are so glad that we have our medics right here trackside to be able to help so quickly. Battlescar from Rock is your lead jammer, followed about half a track behind by Barbie Flay. We are picking up now. I mean, it really did feel like the game started off a little slow, and I think people are starting to get into their pace here with this game. Their sailor feet, they're getting their sea legs under them. Oh, the floor. Sirius is saying, yeah, the floor does look a little sticky. I feel like even just putting my feet on the floor, it feels, if a convention floor, it just looks a little sticky. So I think maybe Lansing is also getting used to what the floor is like. Carl, you never annoy us with Facebook messages. We adore you. We allow you to communicate with us in so many different ways. You can communicate with us here on the chat. You can send us Facebook messages. You can send us emails. You can send us Venmo. You know, whatever you choose to do, however you choose to communicate with us. We always appreciate all of our third wheels who come along with us on our Derby Date nights. We've got Multipass and Rogue One as the jammers, and I think this is the longest we've had before a jammer has been called lead. And there it is. Rogue One is going to be your jammer for Lansing Roller Derby, as is Multipass. How do I say it? Multipass. Headed to the box. Multipass. Oh, and there goes 4 more points for Lansing and Rogue One. Tara, I feel like, see, this is what happens, is you say things like, get it, Multi, and then Multi goes to the penalty box. It's just fate. It's how it happens. Okay, getting this power jam for Lansing. Rogue One is going to be trying to score as many points as they can for Lansing. They have got it down to 1 more blocker. And they are through. No, they are not. It's going to be a track cut for Rogue One, because the refs will never tell you that you are track cutting. They wait until you try to keep going. I wish when you looked at them, they were like, hey, I'm going to call track cut on you. But they don't, because they can't do that. Multipass is back in. This jam is going to go the full 2 minutes. Oh, also, keep your eye out for any palindromes today, because we might have a super special new emoji just for palindromes for you members if you can find it. Tara's going to stop. No, never stop cheering for people. Ooh, that was a big hit. Never stop cheering for people. Eventually, they'll do good things. We can't be too superstitious here, right, at Derby Date Night? Okay, while we have 30 seconds, I'm going to tell you some. I was able to get some of the officials. I've got Tommy Tibbs, Justin McFall, Busty McPherson, Bubbles DeSmear, Sally Killington, I think, Sean, and this was me just writing as fast as I could, Bell, Invader Jim, Mauler, and I think there were 2 more that I couldn't write down during the last break. Oh, Tara found it. Tara found our new Taco Cat emoji, courtesy of Coach Eric. As soon as we got it, Sirius put it in as one of the options for emojis. He was in love with it. So thank you, Eric, for designing us a Taco Cat. We love it. It's perfect. So happy to see you all here today. I know that Bruce and Ranger and family have been at Disney World this week, so they're going to win in terms of what they've done this week or this weekend that's fun. What about the rest of you? What have you been up to? And where are you watching from? We've made it to Kentucky today. Thriller, I'm sorry to hear that you had ankle surgery. As you know, I've dealt with that before. So I was wondering why I hadn't seen you as much this year, so that makes sense. But I'm so glad that you are skating again. Oh, Tara, when do you guys go to Iceland? Sirius and I were talking about that in the car, that South Bend's going to Iceland, and we're hoping you can somehow stream it for us. Hits jamming for Rock. That pack is all sorts of jumbled up. Hits jumping back and forth. Lansing Jammer is got 2 blockers to get past. That's Rogue 1 jamming for Lansing. Trying to pull that pack, or that pack of 2 apart at the front. Those 2 doing a wonderful job with the blocking. Let's see, who was that? That was Pinky Bruiser and I think Shades of Cray with that double blocking there on Rogue 1. But Rogue was able to get out and become lead jammer and is currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Hits has that star off and might be looking for the pivot. Rogue 1 is finding more blockers at the front of the pack. Everybody just kind of stopped here as, all 4 blockers from Rock focusing on Rogue 1. So Hits is on her own trying to find some space and trying to get through with a hop up the inside line. Hits is still getting stuck at that back. Hits is headed to the penalty box. So this is going to be a power jam now. So Rogue 1 finally gets that help that she's been waiting for as the rest of the Lansing blockers come in to help. But there's only like 3 of them. So now that it's a power jam, they're hoping that Rogue 1 can push apart this pack. But the jam comes to an end before Rogue 1 can get through. However, during all of that pushing, Rogue 1 was able to grab 4 points for Lansing, bringing them to 18? Tara, South Bend leaves. Oh my gosh, you leave on Tuesday to go to Iceland. What are you? I know you're going to be playing Derby in Iceland, but what's something you're really looking forward to doing in Iceland? I've heard they have don't they have hot baths there? Like water that's hot, like a hot tub? Hot springs. Yes, that thing. Hot baths. That's what it's called, a hot bath. Carl, have you decided whether or not you're rooting for Kentucky or Michigan? I don't know if we usually have at least one Indiana team. There's no Indiana here except for us, Sirius. Somebody today told me we're adopted and we're not even, no, somebody today told me that because I'm from Indiana that I remind them of someone, and I was like, oh look, I'm from Indiana now, even though I was born and raised in good old Seattle. You saw Chad. Chad's here somewhere. Chad is on the... Yeah, Chad's on the roster. Have any of you been to Iceland and can recommend what Tara should do in Iceland? I wish we could go. Let's go to Iceland, Sirius. He just goes, okay. Sure, why not go to Iceland? If you decide you want to come to one of these... Carl doesn't want to say who he's rooting for because he doesn't want to jinx it. Traditions. All right, getting back to the Derby now. We have got Barbie Filet coming out as lead jammer in this. Is this a power jam? This is a power jam. Thank you, Sirius. So Sirius and I are all out of sorts because we're on turn 3, and I don't think we have ever been on turn 3 for Derby Date Night. And so we're both kind of just trying to get our bearings of how do we announce and how does he cut the cameras for being on turn 3. So please bear with us as we adjust to where everything is. That's what happens in a new location. Did you see that? Everybody was tumbling all over the place there. Barbie Flay is still lead and is through after scoring 4 points. Lansing is really going to, Rock has really established this lead, but Barbie Flay is going to try to cut into it as Hits takes a star pass and is now the Hits was the jammer. There was no star pass, Sirius. You thought there was, but Cosmic still has a pivot on. So Hits is still the jammer and was able to get out. Maybe, they faked you out with a fake star pass. Anyway, Hits up on those toe stops. Pretty toe stop work. Hits is through for 4 points. However, Barbie is still lead and does decide to call it after scoring 4 more points for Lansing. All right, Lansing scoring 8 in that jam and Rock with 4. Lansing now up to 26. Yeah, it must have been a fake Star Pass, Tara, because Sirius was convinced. He was saying to me, he's like, look, Star Pass. I was like, nope. And you would love fake Star Passes, Tara, because you're a pivot. Pivots, I think in order to be a pivot, you have to, because I was a pivot as well, and pivots like to be sneaky. Like, pivots have this I think most pivots are a little bit sneaky. They're probably a little silly and sassy. Like, pivots are, I think we're the troublemakers, maybe, of Derby. Don't you think, Sirius? Well, I am, and I know Tara is, so we'll just say that all pivots are like that, right? Okay, it's an official timeout. There is our okay, Mr. Darcy is another ref that I didn't say earlier. Can we just keep looking at all of their jerseys? Well, I know. Wait, you know. Does anybody know where he got his name from? There's got to be a story behind that. You know. I know. Mr. Darcy, Invader Jim does not have anything on the back, so we don't know who Invader Jim. Oh, I see Dr. Quinn. Look at all these names I'm getting without even Dr. Quinn. All right. Looks like we're getting back to some roller derby. Okay. New jam, new skaters. That's Newcomb for Rock and Sweet Poison for Lansing. Newcomb trying to go up the middle and sweeps to the inside. Oh, nice juking there to get through to become lead jammer for Rock. The Rock blockers come back to wait for their jammer to come back through because the Lansing jammer is in the penalty box. So this is a power jam for Rock. Chad coming up to provide some offensive help for Newcomb. Such a Chad thing to do. Lansing blocker trying to chase down Newcomb, but it is to no avail as Newcomb gets out and is able to score 4 points for Rock. You don't know where you know got his derby name from? Well, I know, Tara. No, I don't. I'm just saying it because that's funny. All right, here comes Newcomb. But it is Sweet Poison who is able to get out of the box and come through and will be challenging. What just happened? Oh, no, Newcomb getting a penalty and headed to the box. So this is going to be a 2-minute jam as Sweet Poison comes through to grab 4 points for Lansing. This is exactly what Lansing wanted. Rock was trying to pull that lead, starting to pull away from Lansing, but that penalty is going to cost him because I have a feeling Sweet Poison is on fire. Is Sweet Poison the one who hurt her lip too? And she's back out, doing great. Look at that. Roller derby players are tough. Tara's making fun of my phrase, through that pack like a hot knife through butter. Except for, you know what I said all last weekend, Tara, instead of a hot knife through butter? Through that pack like hot butter? No, like a knife through hot butter is what I said. The knife through hot butter. I mean, that would go very quickly. But it is supposed to be a hot knife like butter. Yeah, Chad and Newcomb together is really good. Nope, not a pass is what Ranger says whenever those fake star passes happen. All right, we are, timeout being called by, I think, Lansing? Let's wait to see the little thingy beep at us. I don't see the thing beeping. Official review? Oh, it's an official timeout. Lansing Roller Derby is from Lansing, Michigan, which is also where Skate Wars is, which is in August, and that's a big tournament. What are you pointing at, Sirius? Oh, it is a Lansing timeout. Sirius and I upgraded our setup, and we now have an 8-foot table instead of a 6-foot table, and now I feel like he's a mile away. Hello, over there. It's like when you upgrade your bed from like a queen to a king, and you're like, where'd you go? And then I can't even imagine people with a California king, because that's a really big bed. Look at that crowd. I love their purple, those purple pom-poms that they've got to cheer for the rock skaters. Carl, I'm also learning U.S. geography through Derby Date Night. Geography has never been my strong suit. Today, though, we drove from Indiana into Ohio and then back into Indiana and then Ohio and then Kentucky? No? Okay. Sirius said it wasn't that drastic, but something like that today. Skate Wars is the first weekend in September. Battlescar through as lead jammer. Ooh, nice, pretty run up that inside and followed by Lansing. So Battlescar has already gotten 4 points. Barbie is chasing Battlescar down. Battle, ooh, running into Shoop. Shoop, Shoope, Doope. I don't know if that's what their name is about, but it's probably just their last name. Did you say I'm just old? And is their name even Shoop? I'm looking at the roster and I don't see anybody named Shoop, so I think I made it up. What the heck? I think I did make up their name. Okay, I'm gonna have to find them again and see who I was talking about. Maybe it's Strega. Wait, it was number 2. Oh, there's no number 2 on Lansing's roster, so I don't know who it was. Shoop, that's what I'm calling him. Tara says she's done the drive to Lexington. It's Indiana, Ohio, back to Indiana, back to Ohio, and then Kentucky. See, I was right. Serious, you lose. Multipass is your lead jammer. Rogue One is jamming for Lansing. Multipass is through for 4 points. Rogue One back at the back of the pack, hoping to get through. Multipass coming around so quickly with a tiny little hop around that apex to grab 4 more points for Rock. Rogue One had that star off but did not need to pass it because they were able to get through and they are out of the pack. Multipass coming around the outside, calling that jam. Grabbing 1 more point for Rock. We have 6.5 minutes left in this first half. Oh yeah. Okay, as you've been watching, remember, we now have Skater of the Game. And so during halftime, Sirius and I will be choosing 1 jammer and 1 blocker from each team to nominate for you all to vote on as your Skater of the Game. So think about who you might want to have us nominate, and you can make a case for them in the comments. I'm just reading your comments. In the Mood is number 2. It's a borrowed jersey. Oh, thank you, Valexini. So Shoop does not exist, and I made them up. So number 2 is In the Mood. I'm going to write that down so I can call that correctly. Timeout. Official timeout. Oh, guess what happens at a timeout, you guys? Dwayne Johnson jokes. It's so silly that we decided to do The Rock jokes about Dwayne The Rock Johnson. How do you beat Dwayne Johnson in a fight? Throw paper at him. Because paper beats rock. You're going to notice a theme from these jokes. There are not a lot of Dwayne The Rock Johnson jokes out there, I will tell you. I misplaced Dwayne Johnson's cutting tool for the origami workshop. I can't believe I lost The Rock's paper scissors. No, it's not horrible. It's great. It was solid. Solid like a rock. Okay, we're done with those. Let's go back to Derby, please. Jam Beasley for Rock and Sweet Poison for Lansing. That pack is going slow, and Jam is stuck behind a tripod of doom from Lansing, and it is Sweet Poison who finds that space and comes out with lead jammer for Lansing. Jam is able to get out as Sweet Poison comes into the pack on a scoring pass, takes a little tumble, and calls the jam, but was able to grab 2 points for Lansing, bringing them to 39. Carl is asking people what sort of skates they wear for roller derby, and that is a very individual question. You're going to get a lot of different answers from a lot of different skaters. I skated on, I don't even know if they exist anymore, but I used to skate on Crazies, is what they were called. And then I switched to Bont towards the end of my career. But there's a lot of different types of skates that people skate on. Yolanda says they've seen number 333 from the Roller Derby Officials Center play in Pittsburgh last year. I was traveling and noticed there was a game playing, so we went. You're from Missouri. Oh, Rolla! That's where the Rolla Rockets are, right? We enjoyed. The Rolla Rockets were so much fun last weekend. Oh, no. Newcomb getting a penalty. I'm definitely going to have to check penalties during halftime because that is a shenanigans because Newcomb sat down and Sweet Poison got to get back up. And we are going to go for the full 2 minutes here. Nice backwards waterfalling there by Rock. As Sweet Poison was coming out of the penalty box, they just kind of went doot, 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 doot. And every 10 feet, they had a skater. And so Sweet Poison had to go back even further and immediately got a penalty there. So another, no, not a penalty. I can't see the line from over here. I keep thinking things are penalties, but they're just skating around the circle. Okay, Sweet Poison is somewhere in that pack. Newcomb came out of the pack, and that was Newcomb's initial, so no points scored yet by Newcomb. But now 4 points for Newcomb as Sweet Poison is, oh, did you see that hit there? That was nice. Who is that? Motor City Kitty. Big ol' hit on a rock blocker. I just remembered something from Small Town Smackdown and what I like about rock. Whenever I say rock blocker, it makes me think of rock lobster. Woo-hoo. A rock lobster. It sounds like it, rock blocker. Sorry. I've lost my mind. Tara said that didn't look like a cut. I don't know what anything is. There's 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. Oh, look at those jammers talking to each other from opposite teams. I always like to see that. Let's see. Who is that? That is Hits? No. That's Multipass. And for Lansing, I can't read those. What number is that? Is that number 0? Barbie. That's Barbie and Multipass talking. They both have cool shorts on. Yeah, that's Multipass right there. What are you talking about? Sirius doesn't believe me. We can keep arguing, but I'm going to win. Hey, look, Tara found the lobster emoji. $89 is Multipass. Oh, that's not Multipass. 412. It's Battlescar. Thanks, Thriller. You're helping Sirius feel victorious over the fact that I was so confident that was Multipass. That's Battlescar. I knew it the whole time. Totally. I did not use my eyes. Oh, Tara wants a joke. Okay, real quick, before we get back. This will be the last joke before halftime, and it better be a good one. What's the difference between a geologist and Dwayne Johnson conducting an experiment? One is a rock scientist. The other is the rock scientist. So stupid. It's just stupid. Okay. That would be Barbie coming out with lead jammer for Lansing. Battlescar, not Multipass, has down to 2 blockers and does get through at the front, while Barbie has come into the pack on a scoring pass, takes a push to the inside, coming out of the pack, has 2 people to get through, jukes to the inside, and gets through for 4 points for Lansing. Battlescar, woo! Coming into the pack, doing a little a jump and a tumble and gets back up. Barbie coming in again. Sees some space on the inside line, coming through almost untouched as Battlescar continues to struggle in the pack. Barbie coming around for another pass. Battlescar is through for 4 points. With a spin, Barbie decides to call the jam after scoring 4 more points, bringing their total to 51. That just changed a lot. Ooh, they're getting kind of close to each other, these teams. Let's use my handy-dandy calculator to see how close they are. 83 minus 51 equals 32. 32. That's like one really big jam and one small jam. Or 2 medium-sized jams. Okay, we thought I was going to get loopy at the end of Small Town Smackdown. Nope. It is the game after, the first game after Small Town Smackdown. That's when the loopiness hits. Also, I'm sick because Eric made me sick. It's his fault. And I have a stuffy nose. Rogue One is your lead jammer and through the pack and already on a scoring pass as Darth Vader Ginsburg, jamming for the first time in this game, is still stuck in that pack, trying to push that pack forward to separate that tripod out and getting a penalty, which means this is now a power jam for Rogue One and Lansing Roller Derby. Carl, you should wear Bonds. They're from Australia, aren't they? I'm looking at Sirius like he knows. He never skated. Do you guys want to know a secret about Sirius? He doesn't skate on quads. He skates on roller blades. Bah. I'm so judgmental. I am a quad skate snob. 35 seconds left. We will have one more jam in this first half. Lansing scoring 8 points in that last jam, bringing them within some points of rock. 69, 79, 24. See, I did that without the calculator. I know, Tara. See, Tara's judging you too, serious.
This will be a power jam situation.
All right, Ruth Bader Ginsburg still in the penalty box. So it is Sweet Poison who comes out with a lead jammer status for Lansing. Ruth Bader Ginsburg has that star off and is in the pack after coming back from the penalty box. Sweet Poison in the pack on a scoring pass. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, or is that Darth Bader Ginsburg? Oh, I missed all the good puns when Darth Bader Ginsburg was jamming against Rogue One. I should have gotten all my Star Wars jokes back out. Sweet Poison through for 4 more points for Lansing. They are cutting into this lead. It's now only a 20-point lead, but Darth Bader Ginsburg was able to get out of the pack and is in the pack now on a scoring pass as Sweet Poison is getting pulled back and calls that jam. We are going to go to halftime. Lansing did cut into that lead right there at the end of the half. So both teams are going to take a quick 15-minute break, and we will be back with you. They're also calling an official timeout, or an official review maybe. I'm not sure which one. I'll find out and let you know when we come back from the break in the second half. See you soon. Bye. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Kentucky edition and Dwayne the Rock Johnson edition. I almost said Dwayne the Johnson Rock edition. No, that would be a different show. So we are back to Derby. At the end of the first half, Lansing pulled within 20 points of Rock, and we are going to get this jam started off with actually two of our nominees for Skater of the Game, Newcomb and Sweet Poison. Newcomb coming out as lead jammer. Speaking of Skater of the Game, I'm about to start the poll. When you see it, you only get to vote once, and we will close the poll at 5 minutes left in this game. So don't vote too quickly. You can take your time and decide who you want to vote for, but we will close the vote with 5 minutes left in the game, and the winner will get one of our super special Skater of the Game Derby Date Night exclusive stickers. With that quick jam, Rock takes the lead in the second half with one more point, bringing them to 84. I love that you guys are talking about skates in the chat. Those of you who are rewatching, you can look in the chat to see some recommendations on different types of skates people skate on. Battlescar jamming against Barbie. Battlescar, I love how Battlescar sweeps back and forth in the pack to get through. Battlescar is going to use that skill to become lead jammer for Rock and will be out of the pack quickly. Barbie is up against Cosmic and who is 28? Casey Me Rollin'. And these jammers are out of the pack and racing around. Barbie did pass Battlescar, so Battlescar decided to call the jam, but Battlescar had already scored 4 points for Rock. What does that sign say? I hate you, multipass? Did you see? Somebody was holding up a sign that says, I hate you, multipass. Over there, right there. Right there. Oh, right there. Multipass is about to jam, I think. And that's why the sign is up, I believe. Look at the smile on their face. I'm so excited to say I hate you, Multipass, as Multipass comes around with lead jammer. That's the kind of love you want around you, right? That's fabulous. Multipass coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. Meanwhile, Sweet Poison is still in that pack, trying to get through. Nice moves there by Chad and another blocker to push Sweet Poison out of the pack. Poison takes that star off as Multipass comes around again on another scoring pass. Sweet Poison was able to get out of the pack. Oh, huge hit there from Inzimood. Another nominee for Skater of the Game to slow Battlescar down and force the call off. Actually, Multipass's sibling is, hold on, I just learned this. Ava, number 404, they are sisters, 404 and 89, Multipass and Ava. Ava, who aged up from juniors. These junior skaters coming up and taking all our spots? No. For all the people retiring. Yeah, there's a lot of people retiring this year. Why do you guys think there's so many people retiring this year? Serious, and I think it's because people wanted to come back after the pandemic just because they didn't want that to stop them, and now they're like, okay, I'm good. I'm going to retire now. Newcomb is out as lead jammer for Rock. And Barbie is through, chasing down Newcomb, who's currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Beautiful juking. Another huge hit from that jersey says Shoop, but that's Jarmageddon. Shoop, Shoope, Dupe. I thought Jar's jersey said Shoop. Said no, there are two people whose jerseys say Shoop. I'm so confused. I think I'm imagining it. No, number 2, who is in the mood, is wearing a borrowed jersey that says Shoop, but I could have sworn Yarmageddon, who is 22. I know, I see that one. But Yarmageddon is 22, and I could have sworn that her jersey also said Shoop. I am losing my mind, serious. Battlescar jamming for Rock, and Rogue One for Lansing. I hate socks. I would prefer to go barefoot all the time, Tara, with your guys' comments about socks. Battlescar is your lead jammer and is going to be trying to bring Rock over the 100 mark. Rogue One is out of the box as well and is going to be chasing Battlescar down. Battlescar getting a whip. I love seeing those old school whips. Did you see that? Whipping through the pack to grab all 4 points and calling it. That was so pretty. You guys, if we had a replay button, I would go boop and we would replay that. So you guys can do that by just pressing back. Oh, wait, that might take you back to the beginning. Don't do that. Don't do that now. Okay. They're at the pivot line. Oh, no, now they're coming back. I see Sweet Poison, and I also see Multipass, whose likely brother, we've decided. It's either a brother or a partner, I'm not sure, has the I Hate You Multipass sign up again. I have a feeling every time Multipass jams, that sign is up, and he is grinning. Like, so happy. All right, Rock trying to pull Sweet Poison back. And Yar pulling Battlescar back. I'm going to try to look at Yar's jersey and see if it says Shoop as well. I think I'm just imagining things. Multipass is out and chasing down Sweet Poison. Okay, I don't think Yar's jersey says anything. Or I'm getting over it. I'm just moving on. Well, okay, so Carl, there's a difference between Whip It, which is the movie Whip It, but we do still do whips. Typically, the whip that you just saw there is not the type that I typically see, where it's literally two hands, grabbing two hands and pulling people. What I see more often nowadays is jammers grabbing a jersey of one of their teammates and using that to propel themselves forward. That's the more typical whip that we see. But the one we just saw was a good old classic arm whip. Newcomb jamming against Barbie Flay. Newcomb is out as your lead jammer, but Barbie is out about quarter track behind. And these two jammers are that penalty box continues to fill up with blockers. I did look at penalties during the half, and no one on Lansing had more than 2, but we had 3 or 4 skaters who were above 2, who were at 3 penalties on Rock. So Rock needs to be watching their penalties. I know that one of them was TKO, who I just saw coming out of the penalty box. So TKO is at least 4. And we've got a few others that need to be watching their penalties to not foul out of the game. Oh, we've got a shout-out series. Thriller J is ready to root for Rock and wants us to rock and roll today. Let's go Rock from Thriller J. Thank you so much for your super chat, and we love to feature you up on the big screen. And you just gave all that good luck to Battlescar. Oh, no. Oh, no. Battlescar just got called on a penalty. Oh, no. You gave all that good luck to Rock to hold Sweet Poison during this power jam for Rock. Sweet Poison resets at the back of the pack and takes a little, ooh, that looked painful. Okay. There was a penalty there for it was her own blocker that she accidentally hit. So everybody's back up. Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay. Everybody's just kind of slowed down. Sweet Poison taking a second. Battlescar back out of the pack. Sweet Poison has been taking the hits. Oh, just looks so. Sweet Poison looks done. Like I would feel the same way. Are we calling for injury right now? You think so? Yeah, I would want to be called for injury too. That looks really painful. Okay, we're going to take a quick break and be right back. Okay, we are back. That skater was able to get up and return to the bench on their own skates. We wish them the best, as usual. The Dazzle is in a very serious pose right now. They are not only in a circle, but they're on their knees, which means serious business. I don't know. I just decided that means you're real serious if you're on your knees. Very serious conversation. But regardless, the serious conversation is over. And we are almost ready to get back to the derbs. We got Barbie on the line for Lansing. Rock is taking their time bringing people out because I think we might be having some scoreboard problems because that says P2 coming up. It's gone to that every time? Every official review? Well, that's interesting. You don't see the stats anymore? Oh, guys, I got some more Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson jokes. Dwayne Johnson has a new book coming out. It's about drive. It's about power. It's one of his phrases. I don't know. It's a song, too. It's about drive. It's about power. It's about getting clean in the shower. I couldn't think of anything else that rhymed with power. Exfoliating with a lava rock. Like we're making up our own rock jokes that are the worst. This is the worst, you guys. Why do you watch this? I just realized Dwayne Johnson was living above my apartment. I was living under a rock for a long time. See, the chat was right when they chose this theme. This is a good theme. Serious goes, were they? Were they? Are you sure? Thriller J says, not a scoreboard issue. Zebras are deep in conversation. Yes, they are. So are the skaters. Do we not have a jammer for Rock? Because is the jammer for Rock in the penalty box? I can't see the penalty box from here. Yes? And there's also a blocker from Rock in the penalty box. So whenever we do get started again... Oh, here we go. Which means you all are saved from more Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson jokes. These are so bad, they're good. So bad, they're good. Battlescar is in the box. Whereas it is Barbie coming out with lead jammer for Lansing. The Thriller J agrees. Yes, these are bad jokes. Remember, you come here for good roller derby and bad jokes. We do not make any false promises here. All right, 4 points for Lansing. Oh, if the score was 7-0, it would almost be a palindrome. It would almost be a Taco Cat. Battlescar out of the box and out of the pack with that star going on Battlescar's head. Barbie does call the jam. Battlescar was not able to steal any points there, but 2 more points went to Lansing, bringing them to 73. I love that Carl always have a different thing. Carl always has a different thing that the refs are discussing. And today, it is not an old, obscure movie. It is the teachings of, oh my goodness, Carl. Epictetus? I'm not an ancient Greek philosopher. You know, you could have gone with, like, Plato. That would have been easier for me to say. What happened? Oh, did they call timeout right before the jam started? What happened? There's a lot of yelling happening. Oh, what happened? Okay, somebody make up what happened. We come for derby and stay for the jokes. Yes, Faye's fishy. Did they have too many people on the track? Because somebody from Lansing just came back, and now there's only 2 Lansing people on the track. Maybe it was they fielded too many people. But that would mean the captain now has to sit in the penalty box. There's nobody in the box? Wait, but are there 4 Lansing blockers out there? Am I missing somebody? I only see 3. I mean, there might be somebody in my that I can't see who's hiding behind another skater. No, there's only 3 blockers for Lansing up there. You swear there's nobody in the penalty box? Yeah, you're right. Where's the fourth Lansing blocker? Where's the missing blocker? Wait, no, there's somebody standing in the penalty box. She's just skating back and forth in the penalty box. Michael Kwan has joined the chat. Michael Kwan, our jokes are about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Behave. That's all I have to say. Behave. They're now debating if Plato, I'm not saying that word because I can't. Epictetus? Epistetus? Whatever. Was an ancient Greek or ancient Roman philosopher. I don't know. Never heard of him. Okay, I was correct. There is one player. Why are we twerking? I guess that's what happens when we have lots of timeouts. Nope, not multi-pass. I'm just making stuff up. It is multi-pass coming out with Lead Jammer. Jamming against Rogue One on a mission to get through, to save space and the galaxy, but is going to be pulled all the way back by Chad. Come on, Chad. Multi-pass through for 4 points for Rock. Chad going to the box. Oh, no. Chad, that's at least 4 penalties for Chad as well. Okay, multi-pass in the pack on a scoring pass, getting pulled all the way to the back. Thriller J, do you really twerk at the jam line? Because that makes me delighted. Michael Kwan says, Aria, you wound me. Hey, anybody with the last name Johnson, I'm going to tell you to behave. You've missed some good The Rock jokes. You really have. Too Serious goes, has he though? Rogue One is working to get through this pack, but also working this blocker. Pinky Bruiser, hey, Pinky Bruiser, one of our nominees for Skater of the Game, doing some great one-on-one blocking there to hold Rogue One long enough for Rock to get, I think, 11 points or 10 points in that jam. I expect to see twerking at the jam line next time we see you playing Thriller J. Okay. That is Newcomb up on the line with Barbie. Newcomb trying to find space on the inside. Instead finds Inzy Mood. Barbie getting pulled all the way to the back by Cosmic. Ooh, nice hit by Cosmic. Barbie taking a tumble at the front, but Barbie is lead jammer, but getting swallowed back up. Newcomb, not lead jammer, but managing to hit Barbie almost out, and now Newcomb is in front of Barbie. Barbie decides to call the jam. Carl, that young lady that was twirling the mock rifle, the baton twirling, was the daughter of Unraveled Chaos, one of our third wheel members. And she is, I think, on the color guard for her high school, and that was what she was doing. So that is Unraveled Chaos's daughter. She's involved in a lot of things, including derby. She's also a junior derby skater. Battlescar. And I think you might see her skating next weekend in the junior tournament, because I believe their team is one of the teams that are in the tournament. Battlescar is coming around on a scoring pass. Rogue One taking a hit to the outside, trying to juke to the inside. Battlescar breaking apart. The Rock pack takes the hole, and Rogue gets eaten back up by Rock. Battlescar in the pack on another scoring pass. Runs into Deacon Bruise. And Kent of Whoopass? Is that what they're called? This is really physical. This is so physical. Battlescar is stuck behind a tripod. Rogue is stuck behind a tripod. And this is... everybody is... I am going to have bruises after watching this game. Like, just a very physical game from both. Battlescar coming around on a what I believe is a third scoring pass. Rogue One still on that initial pass. Battlescar is through. 12 points in this jam for Rock. Rogue One getting pulled to the back again, looking just exhausted. Oh, I would be so tired. Chad is just, oh, poor Rogue One. That just looks so tiring. Here comes Battlescar. 6 seconds left in this jam. Gonna go for 20. Gets a push out to the outside. Rogue finally finds that space. See, that's the kind of determination and grit. Like, that's why I wasn't a main jammer. That's why I was only a pivot, because I did not have the stamina and like just that you need to just push for 2 full minutes, regardless. Yes, it's called I don't know what it's called. It's called that. Yeah, I was a pivot. I just took the star, ran as fast as I could, and hoped they would call it. And that the other jammer wouldn't get a penalty. Michael's earworm is Tim Curry's song, I Do the Rock, which is entirely unrelated to doing. Ooh, I'm going to have to listen to that one. I don't think I know that one. Oh, I will pass that along, Carl. Carl says his dad saw. He's a veteran of the Navy and said, she's really good. I hope she keeps it up. I will definitely pass that along. So thank you for sharing that. That's very nice. Okay, we are in another timeout, which means Michael Kwong gets to listen to his first Dwayne The Rock Johnson jokes. You know, the saddest thing about Dwayne Johnson's success as a movie actor is how he's completely forgotten his brothers who got him there. His brothers' names? Paper and scissors. I accidentally smacked Dwayne Johnson's butt when I met him. Oh, I guess I hit rock bottom. Serious, you liked that one. I should just stop. I should just be done now, right? No more jokes. What are we in a timeout for? Something official? Something officially official. Well, it's not serious, though, because they're not on their knees. So it can't be serious yet. I like how this track is like different colors for the actual track and then the ref lane. Like it makes it, usually they're all the same color, but like having the track be pink on the inside and outside and then the ref lane be green. I don't know. I just think it's aesthetically pleasing. And then all of the different like pieces of whatever that is they've put down to cover the grates, they have a different colored tape. I don't know if that's on purpose, but I am very aesthetically happy that all yes, I'm aesthetically pleased by how the taping is not like, you know, every single box is like either green or yellow. It's like, it's just pretty. Michael Wan says, you're joking about spanking Dwayne Johnson, and I'm still in the doghouse for a corn joke last weekend. Yes, you are, Michael Kwan. Oh, dear. I can't laugh because Coach Eric, who was so helpful last weekend, so helpful that he gave me whatever he had. So I am working my way through being a little loopy and with a little cold. Multi-pass is through as your lead jammer. Barbie Filet jamming for Lansing is taking a whip to get out of the pack, but Cosmic was right there, as was the pivot. Who was that pivot? That pivot was Casey Me Rollin'. But Barbie was able to get out and force that call off. Oh wait. Is this a palindrome? Is this a Taco Cat? Is this a Taco Cat? Not with the one. Ugh. It's so close to a palindrome. How could it be? But that's going, you can't do 7-3-1-3-7. That's going backwards. You can't go back. Oh wait, 7-3-1-3-7. No, that's not right. That's not a palindrome. 7-3-1-3-7. Yes, it is. Put your Taco Cats in the chat. It's a palindrome, people. It just takes us a while to figure it out. Carl's on Michael Kwan's side and says double standard. Yes, that's correct. It's our channel, and we can have a double standard if we want to. Okay, I don't see any taco cats in the chat. We made a whole new emoji for you all, and it's not going to be a palindrome for much longer, people. I really want to change the word palindrome just to taco cat. I think Tara had to leave, so she's not doing the taco cats, and it's going to be up to Carl or Michael, and I don't know if we can count on them since they're mad at us. We blew it. I just yelled that so loud. It was so quiet in here. Battlescar jamming against Barbie Flay. Yes. Thank you, Thriller J. Carl, you have access to the taco cat too. Purple. I knew you'd be there for me. And even Michael Kwan threw one in. Just one. We love you, Michael Kwan. Oh, no. Was that painful or was that... She's reaching up to the sky. Oh. It looked painful, but we're up and we're joking. That was KC Me Rollin', who rolled right over a teammate. Did the jam end for being called, or was it because they were worried about Casey? I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Me too, Michael Kwan. What? Oh. A good rock joke would get you out of the doghouse, Michael Kwan. That's what Sirius says. Sirius says, you give us a good rock joke. I'm just disappointed, he said. They're explaining what they called the jam for. There is confusion. Oh, the jam started. They called it because of safety. So that is what the ref is explaining right now. So it should be jam 17 because it was called for safety. But because it was called for safety, does that mean Casey cannot skate now for 3 jams? Or, like, whose safety did they call it for? Because there was a whole bunch of people on the ground there. Not just Casey. Okay. I don't know what's happening. Oh, let me tell you another joke while we wait, before we get started. Carl was actually looking forward to the slightly smutty but PG-rated jokes. It's a fine line, Carl. It's a fine line with these jokes. There was one I almost brought, but didn't, because I decided it was a little bit too racy. I can't even remember it. Tara, I was wondering. It said, I was like, why are you deleting Michael's messages? Michael didn't do anything wrong. Tara was just like, I'm a mod, and Aria and Michael are fighting. I think you can bring them back. Oh, I'm supposed to watch the game. Sirius says. Tara, it's okay. You're wonderful. We appreciate you so much as a mod. Okay, Battlescar with a little hop over that apex is going to be your lead jammer. Tara, you are wonderful. We know it was an accident. But Michael hasn't said anything in a while, so we got to make sure Michael Kwan is okay. He's probably looking up rock jokes for us. Okay, Barbie is through. Barbie is doing some work for Lansing. Have you noticed that, Sirius? Like, Barbie's gone out a lot. Battlescar calling it as they are being hit out by a Lansing blocker. There's Michael Kwan. He's back. Okay. What's happening? I looked as serious as if he's supposed to tell me. One of these days, Sirius, I should just give you the microphone. So we do have one more game coming up after this. There will be a short, probably 20, 30-minute break. Lansing is calling a timeout right now. And that means I have to tell you guys more jokes. Okay, here's the other thing, though. I think I'm going to run out of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson jokes, so we might have to go to rock and roll jokes or just rock jokes in the second half. Which one do you prefer? Because I've told a lot of my Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson jokes. Why is Dwayne Johnson the bravest man alive? Because he's bolder than the rest. You know, Dwayne was always a special kid. In 3rd grade, all the other kids drew a family tree. Little Dwayne made a family quarry. Get it? A rock quarry. Sirius doesn't like any of these. Who decided to call it Dwayne Johnson's wrestling career instead of classic rock? Right? It's an oldie but a goodie. Classic rock. Sirius says we're saved by the whistle. Oh. Not yet, Michael Kwan. I've not listened to the episode of Coming Hot into the Box because I have a new hobby that I need to stop, and it's called Whatnot, and I'll explain it to you later. Ooh, lead jammer going to multi-pass for Rock. Oh, nice job, Sweet Poison. Oh. Ooh, nice hit out. By Chad. The cut was not called. I'll call it, but it wasn't called. Sweet Poison is the Roo and coming around on a scoring pass, but multi-pass is going to call the jam first after scoring 2 points. Yes, Michael has an interview. Let's both listen to it, Tara. I think we should both listen to it this week. But the thing is, I have to stop with Whatnot. So Whatnot, we have less than 10 minutes left in this game. But first I'm going to explain to you. 5 minutes left in the vote. He does not want me to explain to you my new hobby because he hates it. So there's this app called Whatnot. And people go on Whatnot and they do a video and they say, here is a shirt. Would you like to buy it? And then you bid for it. And if you bid the highest, you get the thing. It's amazing. I've bought a lot of things. And I watch these videos and I just have to click a button and then I buy it. And yeah, I should probably stop. This jam, look, this pack is stopped. I stopped and the pack stopped. So Barbie is currently in the back of the pack. Newcomb somehow breaking apart that boulder, blowing a kiss to the bench, is coming around on a scoring pass. Meanwhile, Barbie trying to push the rock down the hill. I should have been doing these the whole time. Well, there's not an incline, so I guess she's just rolling the boulder. Barbie is the Roo and chasing down Newcomb. 8.5 minutes left. Newcomb decides to call it before Barbie can score any points. 4 points for Rock. We are at 150-73 with 8.5 minutes left in this game, but since you are really enjoying my craziness today, you get one more whole game of me, and I might even take some cold medicine before it, because I'm getting a little sniffly. Shush, serious. Please tell Nuke and Chad I love them. I will. I will let them know that Tara says they are loved. 150-73 is not a palindrome. You're correct, Michael Kwan. But you did put a taco cat in the chat when we had a palindrome, which is what's important. Rogue One is chasing down Battlescar, currently in the pack, having passed all four. Looks like Battlescar is going to run it. Rogue One getting through a pack of two people. Oh, Battlescar's running it to get their people out of the box. Rogue One chasing down. Get your serious. Get your friends. Get your friends. And calling it after getting 4 more points for Rock. Deacon flying through our screen. Did you see that? Oops, I was demonstrating Deacon flying, and I just threw my pencil, serious. What's wrong? Serious? What's wrong? Okay. I don't know what Sirius's face was for, but we're back to Derby. 6.5 minutes left. Our vote for Skater of the Game, if you have not voted yet, you should vote for Skater of the Game right now. Newcomb is winning with 42%. In the Mood for Lansing is in second place with 33%, followed by Pinky Bruiser and Sweet Poison. Get your votes in. You've only got a minute and a half of game time left. which last weekend equaled like 15 minutes at one point because it took that long to get a minute and a half done. But sometimes it can go real fast. Sweet Poison is your lead jammer. The star was the star pass for Rock? Wow, that's like the first star pass for Rock in this game with 6 minutes left. They see me rolling, they hating. They see me rolling is the jammer now. Trying to catch the pack. Nope. Carl says he hopes whatever is bothering you isn't too bad. I don't think it is, because he looked more upset at me singing than he looked at whatever he was worried about. Okay, 5.5 minutes left in this game. This has been fun. I know it's 30 seconds left till they're done voting. You really want me to make sure they're voting, don't you, Sirius? Newcomb and Barbie on the line for their respective teams, and your lead jammer is going to be Barbie for Lansing. Newcomb's got one blocker to get past. Ooh, nice moves there by Inzimood to hold Newcomb, but Newcomb was able to get around. Meanwhile, Barbie in the pack and calling the jam after grabbing 4 points. Trips a little bit over Chad, but is smiling as she goes down. Let's see, are there any more skaters' names that I can sing? Serious hopes not. I don't know how you would sing Chad. Oh, you're right. It's time to close the skater of the game poll. Thank you, Carl. And Newcomb is going to be our skater of the game. I will be presenting that award after the game. Yay! Good job, Newcomb. And congratulations to everyone who was nominated. Carl says my singing was very clever and highly amusing. Serious goes, somebody appreciates it. Oh no, Hits thought that they got lead jammer, but they got a track cut. And this will be a power jam for Lansing, and Rogue won. Simon, hello, it's lovely to see you. Oh, out of play. Cosmic has to let Rogue One go, and Rogue is coming around on a first scoring pass. Simon, you are joining us for the first of 2 games tonight. This is the end of Rock versus Lansing Game 1, and you will be joining us for Rock versus Lansing Game 2 in about 20 to 30 minutes. You're also joining us on our Rock-themed joke day. We are almost finished with our Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson jokes. We'll be moving on to regular rocks and rock and roll and other crazy aria things after that. Hello, hello. It was a long one. Ooh, we might be taking another time out as Hits is taking a second to get up after a hit. Looks like they are good to go without the medics. Ooh, that was a big hit that Hits took. This is, I cannot express to you all enough like how physical this game is. I know that it probably doesn't come across on the screen, but watching these skaters go up against each other this whole game, it is like these hits, they are not holding anything back. They are using every bit of power they have, and that's, I mean, I think that, oh, look, Ring Around the Rosie, which we learned last weekend is a horrible, horrible song, as is pretty much every single children's nursery rhyme. They're all not good. Well, if you missed any of the Derby last weekend, I hope that you are catching up on all of the games because we had a whole bunch of close ones and one that went into overtime. Look at the smiles. Even though they've all been like punching at people and hitting and just using their bodies as projectile forces, they're all still smiling at the end of the game. The thing is, those pads really do protect you quite a bit when you are playing the game. So does youth. We don't have that anymore. We might still have the pads, but we do not have the youth. We used ours up. Our youth is gone. You do not get a lifetime supply of youth. Did we call it a Ferris wheel? I did? I called it a Ferris wheel? What the heck? What is wrong with me? Sirius goes, that's a great question. What is wrong with Aria? Carl, I catch up on YouTube and I leave behind my why comments. Why did they do this? Why did they do that? And your why comments always make us smile, Carl. Ooh, nice, Dread Fox. Editing the Small Town Smackdown photos. I'm sure skaters will be very excited to see those. First, they rewatch Derby Date Night, and then they get excited for the photos, usually. And that's just because our replay is like live immediately. So, and Sirius was on it. Like Monday, he was like, I am getting these individual games out. And he just like blasted through it. And I am very proud of him, even though I was like, would you stop working? You need to rest. And he was like, no, I got to finish Small Town Smackdown. And now because we have another tournament, because we're crazy. We have another tournament next weekend, you guys. First the merry-go-round, then ring around the rosy. No, the cold meds haven't started yet, Tara. I was thinking about taking cold meds before the next game. None of this has anything to do with cold meds. This is just me, unmedicated. Oh, I did have a Red Bull, though. People who have me come visit, Rock gave me 4 Red Bulls when I got here. And that, I felt so spoiled. They are so nice. I did not drink all 4 Red Bulls, just so you know. I think that would be really bad for my heart. So I only drank 1. 89 on Rock. That would be multi-pass. Yeah, we're all so involved in so many different ways with Derby. I just love how much Derby there is. And I hope you all join me for the tournament next weekend. It is Juniors Derby, which is a little different, but they are, so fun to watch. So I definitely hope you come cheer on all the teams that are in the Open Regional next weekend. Lead jammer is going to be Barbie Filet while Hits waits in the penalty box. Barbie is trying to take advantage of this power jam, but is being held by a Blocktopus of, wow. Okay, somebody's getting a penalty, though. It looks like a multiplayer. So now there's only a tripod, but it is hard for Barbie to get through. Penalty for Hits, who just came out of the box and now has a back block. So this is going to be, nice hit by Nukem the blocker. Nukem as pivot. That was that not a track cut? No, I guess not. Okay. Oh, they went out too. Nuke went out too. Thanks, Sirius. All right, we got 3 blockers for Rock. Barbie gets just a little hit from Nukem to the outside. Oh. Inzy Mood immediately, didn't even wait to get called on the penalty. Inzy Mood was just like, okay, I'm headed to the box. I know I shouldn't have hit her like that. Mel, I know you've been watching this whole game, and you don't come out until the very end when I'm really losing it to go, oh, Aria. Oh, Tara, I appreciate you and your dedication. 1.5 minutes left, and there's an official review being called by Lansing. Is it use it or lose it time? I don't know. They usually tell us if they're actually. So if we see the captains and coaches going out, then they actually are doing an official review. But they look like they're about to say something. And Joe is calling over his captain. So this is an official review, a real official review. Oh, wait, no, Lansing is calling it, though, because I would think that Rock would be trying to get that track cut. Or was it Rock who I thought track cut? No, it was Lansing. So I don't know what they're official reviewing. Oh, Lego, that's so nice of you. I'm just catching up with all the comments. Hello. Okay. Oh, I guess you can have a few more Rock jokes before the end of this game, and then I'll have to what's the word? Fill up the hopper again. I'm making up words again. What's it called? Yeah? Is that right? What's a hopper? But what is a hopper, really? Is it a thing? It's not a grasshopper. No, like they say, put it in the hopper, right? What's a hopper? The chat will tell me. Trust me. You have to mow the yard? I don't have to mow the yard because Sirius does it for me. And he does it while sitting and drinking because he has a cup holder. That is not hard labor, Sirius, just so you know. All right. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson stands at 6'4". The average male stands at 5'6". This effectively means anyone shorter than Dwayne Johnson is living under a rock. Serious, because that was too long of a joke for a bad punchline. Okay, Tara says a hopper is like a holding area on a machine, usually a funnel. So like, oh, okay, like in the factory, it's the. I'm making the symbol of a funnel. Like not symbol. It's a hand signal, gesture, hand. It's illustration. I'm using my hands to make. Not that signal, Serious. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was going through security at a concert. They asked him to declare any weapons he was carrying. He said, "Oh, you mean these guns?" And he held up his arms to show off his muscles. Was that funny? Serious? No? He said, yeah, like 5 years ago. Simon, I like your answer. It's a bin to mix stuff up, to hop them around. Okay, is this, what? Is this over yet? Oh, people bringing a baby to Derby. I love it. This crowd is very excited for the next game. They have no idea they're on Derby Date Night right now. Hi, family and friends and just roller derby fans. Guess what's cool about Rock, though? They had a news team here earlier doing a feature on them. Yesterday, they had 3 rock skaters that they interviewed on the local news to talk about this game. Like, they are, I mean, and we're in, like, downtown Lexington, and it is just beautiful here. So very, very good job working with the community that Rock is doing. Okay, back for what may or may not be the last jam, with Jam Beasley getting lead jammer for Rock. Lansing, meanwhile, has hit the 100 mark. And Sweet Poison, wow, Sweet Poison has just been taking those hits and keeps getting up and going. Just love to see it. Sweet Poison getting out and trying to chase down Jam Beasley. Let's see if Jam's going to run it or if we are going to call it and have one more jam. We are going to call it, so that will be one more jam. They stole one? Ooh, Lansing stole one there. Woohoo! Nice, Carl. Everyone should have a friend that they create, that they make into a roller derby fan. Is this another official review? Who's official reviewing now? What? Now it's an official timeout. Lansing stole 2 points? Is that what you're saying? I don't know, but I'm running out of jokes here. They're adding time back? Oh, because, yeah, there was enough time for one more jam. One more jam. One more jam. And then we are going to take a small break, and then we're going to have more derby after Aria takes some cold medicine. Sirius goes, oh, my gosh. Oh, so stay tuned later for Aria on cold medicine. Right now, this is just Aria on energy drinks. What is Aria on energy drinks and cold medicine? Luckily, people, Sirius and I are staying in the hotel that's connected to this convention center. So we literally we actually took the hotel cart and we have it here with us. We just rolled it from the hotel into the convention center. They told us we could. We didn't steal it. He just said, "Will you bring it back?" And we said, "Of course." But we rolled it here. We have literally the hotel cart that holds things behind us right now. And when this is all over, we're just going to roll right back to our hotel room. So I can have as much cold medicine as I want, Sirius. He goes, no, you cannot. 5 seconds until what is probably, very likely, our last jam. Oh, no, what happened? Another timeout. Weird. Things happened. Yeah, cold medicine and energy drinks is a weird combo. Aria, if you drink tea, I'd recommend tea with honey, lemon, and ginger. Ooh, or a shot of bourbon before bedtime. Melody wishes she was here in person. No, Mel, if you had me with cold medicine and energy drinks and we were in person, Derby Date Night would be the most ridiculous thing ever. And Sirius also says he would kill us. Also, Melody, have you listened to the podcast Coming Hot Into the Box? Because I may talk about you a little bit during that podcast. You're welcome. Maybe. Or I'm sorry. One of those. I don't know. Wow, this game is almost over, and we are getting a lot of official reviewing. A hot toddy. We do not drink alcohol while on Derby Date Night, or at all, but a hot toddy does sound nice. Hot tea would just be delightful. Okay. What did The Rock go by after he became a washed-up actor? Ooh, that's mean. But the answer is he became, instead of The Rock, The Sediment. All right. Knock, knock. Who's there? Dwayne. Dwayne who? Dwayne the bathtub, I'm drowning. Okay, we're going to finish up these Dwayne The Rock Johnson jokes and go back into, I'm going to find just regular rock jokes and rock and roll. You don't know how to respond to my knock-knock joke? See, Tara said, who's there? How does Dwayne Johnson sleep? Come on, this one's easy. It's a layup. He sleeps like a rock. That wasn't even funny. I used to work with a guy called Wayne Johnson, not quite the Rock, so we called him the Pebble. The Pebble. That would be like if you were Dwayne Johnson's little brother and they just kept calling you Pebble or like Gravel. Like, I bet you that's what they call his younger brothers, scissors and paper. That was a callback to an earlier joke. Sirius goes, I know. Okay, look, I'm running out of jokes, and this timeout is continuing, so we have a problem. And the chat, for some reason, is still here, and they're just enjoying watching me slowly. Tara liked it. Drain the tub, I'm drowning. Oh, a final score for Angel City and Angel City Derby Hollywood Scars 240, SoCal 43. Ooh, that was a big score there. And here we go with the last jam, and it is Multipass, who will be your lead jammer for Rock. Why is it not? Oh, it's Battlescar? I did it again? That's it. This game is over. I'm done with this game. Ooh, Battlescar taking a big ol' hit from Inzi Battlescar getting 4 points and calling the jam as the period clock runs out. Thank goodness. I know you all are probably, well, you're either amused or irritated. I don't know. But we will be back in 20-ish minutes with the second game of the night, which will be between the Rock, what is their B team called? Hold on. The IndieROCKers will be taking on Lansing's B team, IndieROCKers. Rockers. Not like rocking chairs, but like rocking. Like, rocket, never mind. Okay. Anyway, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a little bit with Aria on Cold Meds on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, Kentucky and Cold Medicine Edition. We took that halftime to enjoy celebrating. What? That's not halftime. We are doing a new game. Okay, let's try again. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, Kentucky and Cold Medicine Edition Game 2. We took the break between games. There we go. To take our cold medicine and celebrate good roller derby by everybody and get ready for our second game here between the IndieROCKers and the, oh my gosh, I just got a rock keychain. I'm the coolest person ever now. And this is cool. Okay, Sirius got one too. Fine. Tara says you got this, Aria. Well, I did take the cold medicine, and I'm thinking about getting more caffeine. So we'll see how this goes. I know I've got you all in my corner. We're rooting for good derby. We're rooting for Aria not completely losing it. And Sirius is telling me to wrap it up because the game is going to start soon. But first, before we get to the game, Derby Date Night appreciates all of our third wheels. You are all amazing. You are all wonderful. We have some new third wheels who just joined even tonight. Thriller J, and we want to, we don't have you on the roll yet, but we will next time, I promise. But these are all of our amazing, amazing supporters who are there for us and are with us along our Derby Date Night journey, and we appreciate every single one of you and cannot even imagine Derby Date Night without you, and we wanted to recognize you and tell you that we appreciate you so much, and you are also wonderful, and that's what we wanted to say. Right, Sirius? Cool. But if you want to be on that, if you want your name there, there's a way you can do that. And you also will get access to your extra special emojis. You'll get to vote on my joke topic. You will get a wheel next to your name, and your name will be a different color. What else do they get? My eternal, undying love. What else? They get other things. Oh, sneak peeks at upcoming at our month schedule. You get to find out a week earlier. You also get a discount on our merch, which I've been talking to Sirius. We need new merch, but Sirius, I'm asking you to put up the QR code, and you have not done it. Tara's showing off all the emojis with the new Taco Cat emoji. So all you have to do is scan that QR code right there. Oh, that logo right there, that's your logo, the Derby Date Night Third Wheel logo. You guys own that, and that's yours. And I have stickers. If you don't have one yet and you are a Derby Date Night Third Wheel, all you have to do is come up to us when you see us and say, I would love my Derby Date Night Third Wheel sticker. Or you can get a Derby Date Night Third Wheel t-shirt, which is in the merch shop, and you get 10% off because you're a Third Wheel member. So Sirius is pointing at the screen because, oh, it says new member next to Thriller J. Look at that. It says new member right there. I like that. Welcome, Thriller J. We love ya. Yes, Tara, that is so true. It also helps us keep going. Oh, you have a score correction, Michael Kwan, for the Angel City game. I love the fact that you guys are letting me know what the scores are of other games happening around the country. I love that. So I know Circle City is playing tonight. Last we heard, what was the update we got? 78-41, Circle City versus Ohio. Cincinnati is playing, and this game is starting? I guess we're not going to do intros. I was not expecting that. So Angel City ended up with 276 and SoCal at 43. Thank you, Michael Kwan. We appreciate that. I can't wait to get out to California to do some Derby Date Nights, right, Sirius? Oh, that would be so much fun. We go up and down the West Coast. We have been talking about getting an RV. We have no ability to do that, but it's a dream, and we like our dream. Maybe someday. But first, we have to upgrade all our equipment and make sure we own all our equipment. Is the discount automatically applied, Sirius, or do they have to use? No, there is a code, Sirius says. There's a code that you have to use. And I think you get it somehow through here on YouTube. All right. We have a lead jammer. Sirius, I can still hear the music in my headphones. Thank you. Okay, we just got started, and it just happened. So 66 from Rock was your lead jammer there and scored 4 points. That is Darth Bader Ginsburg coming out with the early lead, and we have 29 days and 2031. Okay, never mind. The longest game ever. That looks like it was 29 years, 231 days. Buttons says hi. Hi, Buttons. Uh-oh, timeout already? Is it a delay of game?
No, I think it's going to be a
Scoreboard
scoreboard.
timeout? Oh, but the scoreboard doesn't say it's that many. Oh, yep, it does. 27 days, 561 hours, 439 minutes. This is going to be the longest Derby game ever. Longer than Small Town Smackdown. Oh, Circle City Socialites won 167 to 84. That's the first game, right? Purple versus Ohio. And then we'll have the Circle City Party Crashers up next. Good job, Circle City. And good job, Ohio. Yeah, they were ready to play some Derby, but now they have to wait while we fix the scoreboard. The refs in the middle are looking at the scoreboard, and it looks like they're looking at us, and I keep feeling like I should be doing something. They're looking so seriously, and it looks like they're that's your name. And it looks like they're looking at us, but they're not. And it makes me nervous because I'm like, what am I supposed to say? Yes, Lansing just changed team colors to Carl. Sirius and I were like, wait, since when is Lansing green? Hasn't Lansing always been like gray and black? Maybe they have a new B team color of green. I don't remember Lansing ever being green before. There's a Road Ragers game being played at the Palm Springs Air Museum. Sirius would enjoy that so much it's played in a hangar. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's so cool. That's awesome. I love it. Okay. It looks like... Uh-oh. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but that was from the score table. That was... Did you see everybody just cover their ears? Uh-oh, here it goes again. Okay. Instead of Derby, we're playing something else. I don't know what we're doing. Yeah, Carl. You see, even from Australia, you're like, wait a second. So this is... So usually the B teams... You don't always have a different uniform. That's a special thing for Lansing, I guess. All right, second jam. Let's stop wasting time or having fun with sound. Carl heard it. Playing in a hangar would be so cool, Tara. We should have games in like really cool places. That would be great. All right, both jammers really struggling here to get out at the beginning of this jam. Scrappy Goblin for Lansing and Hurricane for Rock. Hurricane finds that space, but so does Scrappy Goblin. I love that name. I want to be a Scrappy Goblin. So Scrappy chasing down Hurricane. And Hurricane calls it. No points will be scored in that jam. All right, everybody getting lined up for the next jam. Looks like Hits, who we saw jamming a few times in the A game, is going to be jamming for Rock. And on the Lansing side of things, we are going to see Rogue One. Hey, I recognize that name. They jammed a bit in the first game as well. Lansing has 3 colors for all teams. Do they have 3 teams? Lansing has 3 colors for all team members. Or do they just have 3 colors to choose from? That's interesting. Most teams only have 2 colors to choose from, usually a black and a white jersey. But depends on what your team colors are. I just didn't know Lansing had green as one of their team colors. Huh? Sirius says he likes it. I do too, because it makes them very easy to tell apart. I like these bright jerseys. It is nice. Okay, there we go. Lansing with their first lead jammer of this game, and that's going to be Rogue One trying to score 4 points. A star pass from Hits to Jam Beasley is going to help Jam get out of the pack. Rogue One has scored 4 points, tying the game early on here. And looks like we're going to run it, and Rogue One is going to let Jam Beasley try to get through. I think maybe because it was a star pass, but I know Jam Beasley is a jammer because I've seen Jam Beasley as a jammer a lot. So I know that Jam can do it, but not right now when she's getting pulled all the way to the back by Toxic Shock. And that pack is starting to stretch out at the front, and Rogue One was able to get through for another 4 points, so good call on stretching this jam out, as it has taken Jam Beasley a little while longer to get through. Takes a big hit from Toxic Shock, and that was a hard one. That was rough, like just barely. almost stayed in bounds but wasn't able to, and now has to go all the way back. Rogue coming through again, and they have now taken the lead. The first time today that Lansing has been in the lead. They have 4 colors, Pure Purple says. Black, light gray, green, and purple. I never had 4 colors. We only had 2 jerseys at a time. That's a lot of jerseys. Rogue 1 through for 16 points. Wow, that was a very successful jam for Lansing and puts them squarely in the lead as we get started. Michael said, I don't think teams quite appreciate how hard it is to ref a team wearing red on a black uniform and the other wearing black on a red uniform. Oh my goodness, I completely agree. I completely agree. All right, we got 50 Shades of Cray, who told me today, oldest skater on Rock's team, right? Is that what she's saying? 54 years old and jamming for the first, like, has never been a jammer, has skated for a very long time, but has never been a jammer in the rotation. And so this is the first time 50 is going to be coming out and showing off her skills as a jammer in the rotation. Super excited for 50 Shades of Cray. I love it when we start trying new things and doing different things. Always fun. I know, it seems like a lot of jerseys. I don't know if I could keep 4 jerseys straight. But it is Hemlock who is your lead jammer. 50 Shades was able to get out and is going to be hoping to force the call off here. Hemlock has already scored 4 points. Is getting swallowed back up by that pack, getting back up, and is going to let 50 Shades try and score some points here as Hemlock takes a hit from Cosmic to the inside. And goes all the way to the back here. Hemlock is through for 4 points. 50 Shades at the back of the pack takes a hit out from Can of Whoop Ass. That's a name. That's a derby name. Okay. I didn't know. I thought we had to spell it like A-Z. But I guess not, because that's not how it's spelled on my sheet. Watching from Pittsburgh, Carla. Welcome from Pittsburgh. So excited to have you joining us. All right, 20 seconds left in this jam. Hemlock has scored 8 points here. 50 Shades of Cray is on a scoring pass right now. I think it's the first scoring pass. 12 seconds left. Hemlock is going to try to score some more points as Hemlock is taking a little tumble on the outside line. And that jam comes to an end. Hemlock got, I think, it was 2-4 at the end there. I don't know which jam ref has which jammer. I wasn't paying attention enough. All right. We're going to get started with a whole nother jam. Lansing kind of starting to stretch out that lead already, but we're only going into jam 4 of the first half. So we got a lot of derby left to play as we get started with Scrappy Goblin on the line again and Darth Vader Ginsburg. Ooh, did you see Jam Beasley's laterals there? That was pretty. I love a nice, pretty lateral right across the track. All right, looks like Toxic Shock is headed to the box, and Scrappy Goblin juking to the inside to get through and become lead jammer for Lansing. Meanwhile, Darth Vader Ginsburg able to get out of the pack, but is still about 3/4 of a track behind Scrappy Goblin. So Scrappy Goblin's going to come into the track and find 3 rock blockers. Rock blocker. It really is Rock Lobster. Rock blockers. There's got to be a funny thing with rock blockers, Rock Lobster. Darth Vader Ginsburg is like, you know what? I'm just going to boom through that pack like a rock. I'm going to roll everybody over. And Darth Vader Ginsburg is coming into the pack again. This is not how Scrappy Goblin was hoping this would go, but Darth Vader Ginsburg is getting pulled all the way to the back there by Warhol. But going to be able to stay upright and inbounds, and now just has to get past Toxic Shock in order to grab those 4 points. Cray is your baby sister, Carla? Well, Cray was just out there jamming. Jamming. 34 seconds left in this jam. These are long jams. I'm not used to the jams going so long, but Lansing does not seem to want to call these jams. They have decided we're just going to run these if we get lead jammer, which is an interesting strategy at the beginning of a game because that is the opposite of what most teams do. But it seems to be, for the most part, working out in Lansing's favor as they took that early lead. Scrappy Goblin does decide to call it. Okay, I thought Ruth Bader Ginsburg scored some points there. Oh, she did. She scored 8. But Scrappy Goblin had points too. They're gonna show up. I'm just waiting. I'm being impatient. See, there it is. 4 points for Lansing. So that one didn't work out as much in Lansing's favor as the first one, but we'll see what happens if they do it again. But first, if we want to see if them do it again, they are going to have to get lead jammer first. That is Rogue 1 on the line for Lansing. And Hurricane. Nope. Lansing is not going to get that lead jammer, so we're not going to be able to see it. But we are going to see Rock's strategy and whether or not they're going to hit it and quit it or if they're going to run a long jam as Hurricane is coming around. Rogue 1 not yet through the pack. Trying to weave to the outside, getting around the blockers, and is out of the pack. Hurricane currently in the pack, has made it through the pack. Now the question is Hurricane going to call it? Yep. Okay, Rock's going to do the traditional hit it and quit it. Carl, that is a genius idea. He said, I swear one of the roller derby leagues needs to start making their own brand of jams. That would be amazing. And then you call them things like Power Jam, Call the Jam. Sirius goes, don't give me another job. I guess Sirius is not going to be a jam maker. But you know who would be? My mom. My mom would make us the jams. You can make the labels. He goes, you just gave me another job. Like, what did it take me, 10 seconds? Strawberry jam with a bit of a mix and call it Power Jam. Yeah, it could even be like an energy powder or like something that like, you know, lots of vitamins in the jam. If any of you make that, it would make money. A Power Jam that's like filled with vitamins and antioxidants. I think people would buy Power Jam. And then you eat it in a sandwich right before a game. Gets you hyped up. It's like a pre-workout, but it's jam. Okay. Okay, so Carl, you have completely distracted me from the game. Okay, Tara says give the job to Coach Eric. Since Eric is not in the chat and he's currently coaching a game, yes, Eric's new job is to make jams. All right, Hemlock up against Hits. Hemlock taking a big ol' hit from Jam Beasley. Jam Beasley, blocker and jammer. Hemlock is able to get out, though, and become lead jammer for Lansing. Meanwhile, Hits is headed to the box. Oh, not good when the game is close and it is early in the game. All right, Hemlock stuck behind a pack, but nice offense being done there by the blockers to help Hemlock get through for 4 points for Lansing on this Power Jam. Hemlock getting, Jam Beasley, nice job. Really trying to eat up the time of this Power Jam, give her jammer time to get out of the box, and Hits is now out of the box as Hemlock is in a tripod of doom, led by Extra. Like, what is the point of the tripod called? That's Extra, but I don't know what the I need a name for the brace. I mean, we call them I guess I just could call them the brace. But maybe a fun Derby date night name. That just became a banana jam. Everybody's falling over. That was a lot of things happening all at once. Okay, 7 points for Lansing in that jam. Every time I say jam, I keep thinking about a sandwich now. All right, Michael Kwan, that was close to an illegal contact on the green pivot initiated by a block on the jammer on their way to the box. This is why I love you being here, Michael Kwan. I love the official perspective of what you're seeing. Carl just goes, that's bad. Yes, it is bad to do illegal contact. The point, Tara calls them the point. Yeah, the point of the triangle. Tripod. All right. Scrappy Goblin and 50 Shades of Cray I'm so proud of 50 Shades of Grey. Like, after hearing the story of, like, and also, I stopped playing Derby because I was old in my early 40s. 50 Shades of Grey is in her 50s and getting lead jammer for Rock. Awesome job. Love to see it. That's like inspirational. Scrappy Goblin getting pushed to the ground, but able to get back up and get out. Meanwhile, 50 Shades of Grey just has a pivot to get past. And that's going to be a no pack. They gotta let her go. And 50 Shades of Grey got 4 points for Rock. Meanwhile, Scrappy Goblin in the pack on a scoring pass. Lansing is like losing blockers. There's only 2 blockers out there right now, but they're doing a good job holding 50 Shades of Grey at the back of the pack. And Scrappy Goblin is through for 4 points. 50 Shades of Grey getting some help from the offense. Scrappy Goblin coming into the pack, but that jam is called. 50 Shades of Grey was able to grab 3 out of 4 points there at the end, bringing them to a total of 7. Lansing 45, Rock 31. Michael Kwan says, I noticed it because the impact was the disgusted look on the jammer's face. And what I love about that is I was like, oh, good. Sirius's camera work is letting you show that the jammer has a disgusted look on their face. That means he's doing a good job. Good job, Sirius. That was actually a compliment to you. Don't do the illegal thing, and you won't go to the box. Wise words, tear 'em up. Wise words. That is very true. Okay. Darth Vader Ginsburg getting pulled. Oh, beautiful backwards waterfalling by Lansing there to pull back Darth Vader Ginsburg. Meanwhile, Rogue One is lead. No, is not lead. Yes, it's lead. I don't know. Rogue One is, yes, is lead and is through for 4 points. Oh, I haven't seen Moby Dick in a while. He was playing into his 80s. And there was a skater on, I forget a team that we used to play that had a player that she was in her 70s, I think. I haven't seen Moby Dick in a while. I'm not sure. Okay, what's happening here? Rogue One is in the pack, got 2 blockers to get past. Meanwhile, Jam Beasley has taken the star extra, doing some offense there, but I think got a back block. Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, people got points. Let's see. 8-3. Lansing. Oh, no. See, they gave me this keychain, and now I'm playing with it. They shouldn't have given me the keychain while I was announcing, because now I'm spinning it around my finger, and it's going to just fly out onto the track. What? Don't take it away from me. Oh, I need more fidget toys. Okay, I got my pencil. Now I can spin my pencil. Somebody gave me a fidget toy last weekend. It definitely helped since I was playing with Eric's microphone cord. Sirius just pointed at the screen. He's like, Derby, Aria, Derby. Hemlock jamming against Hurricane. Hurricane is through. The weather's not good for Lansing because it's a hurricane. And Hemlock was able to get through. How nice. Hurricane through and immediately calling the jam after getting all 4 points. For Lansing. Roll. Nope. Rock. Oh, dear. I just go, oh, dear. Okay. Rock is at 38. Lansing at 53. That's 15 points between the 2 teams. It always takes me a little longer than it should. Scrappy Goblin on the line up against Casey Me Rollin'. Casey Me Rollin'. I can't not sing it. Casey Me Rollin' pulling to the front, has to get past Warhol. Takes a tumble to the outside. Scrappy Goblin got free and becomes lead jammer for Lansing. Will be lead jammer. Casey Me Rollin' is able to recover and get out about a quarter track behind, and these jammers are going to race to the pack. Oh, there's only 2 blockers out there for Lansing. Scrappy Goblin hits the pack. Casey Me Rollin' also in the pack. Scrappy is through. Offense coming in to help Casey. Casey able to get through for 4 points. Scrappy Goblin coming into the pack. I think Scrappy is trying to get the rest of the pack out of the box because there are only 2 blockers out there. But that might make it easier for Casey to come through and get those points. Scrappy is through, as is Casey. 4 points each for both teams. Both jammers coming around. Both jammers haven't scored 8 points here. Continues to be a 15-point spread. Both jammers hitting the pack. I think everybody's out there now. Scrappy decides to call it. No points on that one for Scrappy. Rock got, I don't know. Do I see any fingers? Okay, I saw no fingers, so maybe no points. Okay, we're going to go with no points. Rogue One and 50 Shades of Grey up on the line against each other. All right, Rogue One pulling that pack to the front while 50 Shades of Grey battles in the back. Rogue One is Scrappy at the front, bouncing back and forth like a pinball machine, trying to find space, getting up to the top of the tripod, finding Cosmic Horror. Meanwhile, in the back, 50 Shades of Grey. No, I have switched these jammers. No, I'm right. 50 Shades of Grey in the back. Rogue One, oh my goodness, these are tough defenses here. Whoo, lordy. Do we have lead yet? We don't even have lead, do we? These blockers, man, good job. Rogue One still pulling the pack towards the front. 50 Shades of Grey is gone. That means this is a power jam for Lansing, who will be lead jammers. And I guess there's only one lead jammer, not multiple. Rogue One coming around on a first scoring pass. Ooh, Cosmic ready to do some defense there. Rogue One taking a hit out by hits. Oh, and gets through while 50 Shades of Grey has come out of the box with the pink helmet, is holding the star, but is still the jammer right now. There is no one on Rock to pass it. Yes, there is. Bubbles is out now, the pivot. So 50 could give it to Bubbles, but gonna have to get to Bubbles first as Rogue One comes through on another scoring pass. 50 sees the space on the inside, is noticed by Bad Abitude, but gets through on her initial. Ooh, a big ol' hit on Rogue One, and Rogue One calls it after scoring 8 points for Lansing. I don't know, I'm just making up things. Oh, this is the first time I have been sick doing Derby Date Night. That's kind of impressive, serious. Considering how many Derby Date Nights. Have you been sick doing Derby Date Night before? Once? Yeah, he says it was bad. It was bad. Yeah, I was worried yesterday. Today, I'm actually better today than I was yesterday. Hemlock is your lead jammer for Lansing. They're going to run it. But Darth Vader Ginsburg was able to get out about half a track behind. Hemlocked through for 4 points as Darth Vader Ginsburg hits that pack, hoping to find some space on the inside, but runs into Toxic Shock. 4 points for Darth Vader. I keep saying Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It's Darth Bader Ginsburg. Because Ruth Bader Ginsburg is a person. Darth Vader Ginsburg is scary. All righty. That was a 4-4 jam. No, there was more than that. Yep, 7-4. 80 to 50. Ooh, that's an easy one. 30 points between these two teams. With 8 minutes left in the first half. Pay attention, everybody. Jammers and blockers. Who's doing a great job out there? Who do you think we should nominate for jammer or blocker of the game? Only one person will become skater of the game, but we will nominate 2 jammers and 2 blockers after halftime. So let us know who you have seen some great things from.
Social Smacktivist jamming for the first time for Lansing up against Hurricane. Social Smacktivist is almost through, takes a huge hit from Cosmic. Cosmic is like, you know what, Arya, I want the Skater of the Game sticker with that big ol' hit. But it is Hurricane who comes out sipping on a Hurricane. Coming through on a first scoring pass. The Mind Killer took a star pass and will now be the jammer for Lansing. Hurricane is through, but is also getting a penalty for a back block. So this is going to be a 2-minute jam for both teams. And the poor, oh, I hope the Mind Killer jams sometimes because that is the pivot's worst nightmare. Take a pass. Now you're the jammer for 2 minutes. Go the Mind Killer, because that is a really hard thing for a pivot to do, especially when people like Cosmic and Bubbles are there to block you. Oh, push to the outside. Lansing stopped the run back, good for them, but still the Mind Killer has to go back all the way to the back. They're trying to kill this power jam, and they have done. Rock has killed the power jam as Hurricane is out of the box and back in the pack for 32 more seconds. And the Hurricane is through for 4 points for Rock. The Mind Killer is just stuck in this tripod. Oh, that looks so difficult. Oh, so difficult. All right, 9 seconds left. The Hurricane through for another 4 points. The Mind Killer, good job, got through. Pivot points, love to see it. Oh, I feel the Mind Killer on that one. That was rough, but they did a great job. I'm always cheering for pivots. I really am. All right, what are you doing? You're grabbing candy? You're taking all the, we have a pile of candy here, and one of us is allowed to eat during the game. And the one who is allowed to eat during the game is taking all my candy. Oh, look at that. Serious, get a picture of the sign for Hurricane. That is a literal, real street sign, I think, that says Hurricane Warning. Okay, you'll get it next time Hurricane's jamming. Okay, Rogue One coming out as lead jammer. Rogue One is, oh, that is just like a, what is it? Like a hot knife through butter. But where did that blocker come from to slow down Rogue One? Who was that? 315. Avalanche. But Rogue One was able to recover and get back up and get through the pack. Meanwhile, Hurricane back in. Working their way through. Whistles happening. Rogue One through for another 4 points. And Rock trying to do some offense on for Hurricane. Come on, Hurricane coming through. Nope, not this time. It's going to be Rogue One. Hurricane taking a push to the inside and gets stopped by Bubbles, who did the funniest, like, yeah, I was there. Did you see that nod? Serious? It's adorable. Bubbles was like, I got you. Like a hot butter poured into a drawer of knives. I'm going to do the weirdest things. I like that one. Like hot butter that melted and then reformed. Hurricane able to get past Toxic Shock to get, that was just an initial for Hurricane. Lansing has racked up 20 points so far in this jam with 14 seconds left. This is becoming the opposite game of the last game. It's like Lansing came out and said, all right, here we go with this second game. But Rock there is a lot of, even though there's only 3 minutes left in this half, there's a whole nother half of Derby. And as we know, you can see a completely different team coming out sometimes after halftime. And some of these skaters have been skating a lot in not only the first game, but the second game. Thank you, Sirius. Okay, do you think, oh no, they made it. They didn't steal it. That looks like that does not, I think that is a very well done homemade sign, but I thought it was, where would you even get one of those though in Kentucky? No, not off the street in Kentucky. No, oh, you mean like just a regular street sign. But a hurricane warning you would only get in Florida. You're not going to get one in Kentucky. I don't know. It is technically the South. Ooh, a break. Time for jokes. Okay. I know that I am not, I ran out of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson jokes. So now we're going into rock and roll jokes, music jokes. Here we go. Mick Jagger must love geologist's playlist. They're only rock and roll, but he likes them. Moss can't grow on him because he's a Rolling Stone. That's funny, right? It's funny. Why is a piano so hard to open? Because the keys are on the inside. Why do fluorescent lights hum? Because they forgot the words. Why did that make you laugh? He goes, I don't know. Are you enjoying our Derby Date Night series? In between the games, Sirius asked our kids for proof of life and a photo of the dogs. They obliged. There were no smiles in the photo, but the dogs looked happy. Okay. Casey Me Rollin' is through as your lead jammer with less than 3 minutes left in this first half. But Hemlocked also through. Oh, a big ol' hit coming into the pack. Casey Me Rollin' is through for 4 points for Lansing. So is Hemlocked. All right, somebody got 1 point there. Who was it, Lansing or Rock? 2 minutes left. 1 point for Rock at the end of that jam, bringing them to 65. Okay, so if you're enjoying what we're doing, or even if you're not, subscribe, like our channel, become a member, do all those good things. Like, subscribe. Don't forget, because we have more Derby coming up. We have 3 more weekends of Derby in June. So, yeah, serious. We got next weekend with the juniors tournament. The weekend after is going to be Naptown versus Akron. And the weekend after that, we have a Sunday day of Derby with the Bloomington Skate the Rainbow. And we have got a power jam now for Lansing as 50 Shades of Grey is headed to the penalty box. So Social Smacktivist has an opportunity to get lead jammer if they can get past Avalanche. And they do to become lead jammer for Lansing. You know, I like Social Smacktivist because she's short, like me, short of stature, and I love seeing jammers that are tiny do good jammerish type things. But gonna have to get past Jam Beasley. No easy task, but Social Smacktivist does it and gets 4 points for Lansing. Oh, that's a blocktopus of Lansing people holding 50 Shades of Grey, who has come out of the box and is trying. Oh, so scrappy. So good. Social Smacktivist has to get past Avalanche. Avalanche doing some nice positional blocking there, but Social Smacktivist able to get through. Jam Beasley trying to help 50 Shades of Grey. I think, was that just a sneaky star pass almost? Look at that. Did you see how sneaky that was? That was so good. So good. Jam Beasley now the jammer and going to be trying to force the call off, but there's only 5 seconds left in the period, so I think we're going to be going into halftime after this jam. That was a beautiful star pass there. 5 seconds left in this jam. I think we're just going to run it. Let it run down the clock there. So we are going into halftime with the score Lansing 128, Rock 69, and we will be back in 15 minutes on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. That halftime was so short, I guess because the medics have a time they have to be done by, so we can't have the game go over for too long, but that's fine. That just means more Derby more quickly. So, but because of that, I got my vote, but now I have to type and talk at the same time, which you all know I can't do well. So Darth Vader Ginsburg and Hemlock are jamming against each other in this non-commentary jam that is about to happen while I type. Oh no, that jam is over and I'm not done typing. Oh, I wish I had somebody to type for me. Sirius isn't offering to do it. We just keep adding more jobs to ourselves to do while we're here. Okay, we're about to have the second jam. That last jam, 3 points for Lansing, bringing them to 131. See, Sirius, I can do both at the same time. I do horribly at doing them at the same time, don't I? All right. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I know they all want to vote for Skater of the Game. It's important. Okay, the crowd is getting loud, and it looks like Rogue One is going to be through as your lead jammer for Lansing, followed closely behind by Hurricane. And both jammers are in the pack. Hurricane trying to pull that pack apart at the front, while Rogue One is behind a Blocktopus at the back. 4 skaters, 8 wheels, all focused on blocking. Ooh, I like it when they're in this corner. They're right in front of us. And these are beautiful packs here. Just nice blocking being done by both teams. And Hurricane is able to get through. Hurricane coming around on another scoring pass, but remember, Rogue One is the one that is lead jammer, and Rogue One is also through. 4 points for each team as this pack starts to speed up. Hurricane through for another 4. Rogue One going into the pack. Hurricane coming into the pack on another scoring pass and through for 4 points. Rogue One continuing to struggle in that pack. 27 seconds left in this jam. And Rogue One is able to get around and through for 4 points. Hurricane already has entered the pack on another scoring pass, busts through and gets another 4 points for Rock. Hurricane has scored 16 points so far in this jam. Rogue trying to score up to 12 as Hurricane is coming in, and that jam is going to be called. Okay, I'm about to put the poll out here. So remember, this poll will close in 20 game time minutes. So we will have, what am I saying? The vote up for 20 minutes. We have one block. No, this is what I'm going to say. One blocker and one jammer from each team have been nominated for you to vote on for Skater of the Game. You do not have to make your choice immediately. You can vote once, and then you're done. So think carefully about who you are going to vote for as your Skater of the Game. Scrappy Goblin on the line for Lansing, and Evalanche for Rock. Evalanche usually blocking today, but has decided to put on that jammer star. Always fun to see. Scrappy Goblin coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. Evalanche right there. Lansing switching strategies after it didn't go so well last jam and calling the jam immediately after scoring 1 point. All right. Why does it seem so much quieter in here all of a sudden? Is it quieter? Well, you're not talking serious, I'm aware. But you just did you do that on purpose? Does it seem quieter to you? A little bit? Okay. I feel like it's just more subdued all of a sudden. I don't know why. Okay, Hemlocked, 50 Shades of Grey. And a whole bunch of blockers. And who's coming out? It's going to be 50 Shades of Grey with lead jammer for Rock. The star has been passed to Toxic Shock, who is now the jammer for Lansing. 50 Shades of Cray hitting those hips. Did they get all 4 points? Nope, just 3. But 3 is more than 0, so still great. I do not think the last time you were on skates was before I was born, Michael Kwan. Now I've thrown down a challenge. Remember, I'm a non-skating official. Skating outdoors is really fun, except for you gotta be, sticks and rocks are never as noticeable as when you're on skates. Darth Vader Ginsburg is fighting through that pack. Meanwhile, Rogue One has gotten through. It's Darth versus Rogue. Oh! It's the light versus the dark. Who will prevail? One of these teams will prevail, I say. How do you say it in Yoda speak? Points will be given, they will. Rogue One getting pushed to the back. Darth Vader Ginsburg is through. The dark side is chasing the, what are they called? The good people? Rebels. Rebels. Rebel. Rogue One is through for 4 points. Darth in the pack. Darth is fighting their way through, takes a tumble at the front of the pack. Rogue One in the pack on a, thank you, Tara. Tara's like, okay, come on, you are a nerd. You need to do better here. Do better, Aria. Michael, I said what I said. It was probably before 1977. Okay, fine. That was before I was born. Carla says 1 vote for Cray. Carla's asking you guys vote. Yes, Cray actually, it was a tough one. Cray was very close to being. I wanted to choose 2 jammers. I wanted to choose everybody on on every team. So I agree with you, Carla. Cray is doing awesome out there. Okay, Darth is through for 4 points. Rogue is also through. These skaters are just matching each other point for point right now. There are only 3 blockers from, no wait, there's 4 blockers from Rock, but only 3 blockers from Lansing out there right now, and that jam is over. 22 minutes left in this game. Thanks, Tara, you're the best. I brought my book, Tara, that I still haven't started. It's in my backpack. I might try to read it a little bit. I bring it everywhere I go, hoping that I will read it. Because who doesn't bring a book to Derby? Right? Scrappy Goblin jamming against Hurricane. And it's going to be Hurricane. The crowd is going wild for Hurricane Han. And Hurricane's coming around on a scoring pass while Scrappy Goblin is still stuck in that pack. Oh, finds Cosmic's butt. That was great. Oh, look at that. Beautiful Cosmic. But Scrappy Goblin. I didn't even mean that. Scrappy Goblin is able to get through. And Hurricane Han in the pack again. Scrappy Goblin also in. Scrappy did not grab any points, but Hurricane got 2 more. Tara says that she's read 3 books in the last week and a half, audiobooks. You know, if I was reading audiobooks, I think I would go a lot faster. But I keep just, you know, I have a thing about reading my physical, actual books. Okay, so Extra, number 222, who's currently going out with a star on. We don't usually see Extra with a star on. So we met Extra earlier in the day today, and Extra just had a little bit of glitter on. And then the next time I saw Extra, Extra had color in their braids. And then the next time I saw Extra, Extra had a cape. And then Extra had a headband with like rainbows coming out of it. And every time I saw Extra, she got more extra. And it was hilarious and made me adore her so much because I was like, wow, you really are your name, because she just kept getting more and more extra. So Hemlock is lead, has gotten 4 points. Extra now in the pack, busting her way through to grab 4 points of her own. Mind Killer chasing her down, but unable to get there. What's a monkey job, Tara? I want a monkey job. Yeah, the score is still close. 159, 106, 20 minutes left. What has to happen, I think, though, is Rock has to get some power jams. And Lansing's, oh, look at that. Hemlock headed to the box. I have magic powers. But Extra has got now a minute. Well, 30 seconds to jam with a power jam, and then 30 more seconds. Well, I guess you could call it if she wanted to freeze Hemlocked in the box. But it looks like Extra's going to just keep going. Oh, that pack is stretching out. What? That's a real stretched out pack there. Extra through for another 4 points. Here comes, you got your guacamole? Because we are chipping into that lead. Hemlocked out of the box. Seriously, you did not roll your eyes, but you did the closest thing to rolling your eyes because I keep saying, get your guacamole. It's my favorite phrase. I like it. And 4 points for Hemlocked. 13 seconds left. Extra just has to get past the Mind Killer and does it for 4 more points. I want to give extra points just for those braids. Like, that is beautiful. I want to put rainbows in my hair. That'd be fun. Look, I'm blaming the cold medicine. I have no focus. What, Sirius? Sirius goes, that has nothing to do with anything. Yes, it does. It has to do with, oh, guacamole, Tara. See, Tara's got my back. Chipping into that lead. Ooh, a guacamole super sticker? That would be fun. That'd be real fun. Oh, we're in an official timeout, which means I got to tell some jokes. This is going to be bad. What did the boy band that plays classical music name itself? The Bach Street Boys. Why did the cow start taking singing lessons? Because he wanted to be a musician. Sirius is ignoring me at this point. Okay, one more. Ooh, we should ask Eric to make a chip emoji, Tara. Okay, one more. What do you call a musician with problems? A trebled man. Oh, Troublemaker would like that one. You should tell Troublemaker, tear him up. Okay, Rogue One is your lead jammer. 50 Shades of Grey is got that star off. Might be looking for a pivot, but I think the pivot might be in the box. Nope, the pivot's there. That's Bubbles. Every time I look for the pivot and can't find them, Bubbles is the pivot because Bubbles is tiny. And I'm like, where's the pivot? Oh, it's Bubbles. So tiny. Rogue One is through for 4 points. 50 Shades of Grey has passed the star to Bubbles, who is able to get around. Toxic Shock has got to put that star on if Bubbles wants to score any points. Chips do sound good. Like, real good. A big plate of nachos right now. That'd be fun. Did Bubbles steal any points? No. Lansing 171, Rock 118 with a little bit less than 18 minutes in the game. Okay, I have another joke for you. Many people told Beethoven he would never be a musician because he was deaf, but he didn't listen. Did you know that was coming? You didn't hear it? Ha, ha, ha. Ooh, Tara wants fish and chips. That sounds good. Okay, fish and chips wins over a plate of chips. 100%, 100%. Who is that? That is Avalanche coming out as lead jammer for Rock. Scrappy Goblin scrapping through that pack to get out and chase down Avalanche, who is currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Is that a giant upside down roller skate that somebody's holding up in the background? Is it supposed to be upside down? Scrappy Goblin through. Avalanche through. Scrappy Goblin at the back of the pack. Getting pulled all the way to the back. Avalanche coming into the pack on a scoring pass. Finds 4 blockers. Ooh. Takes a big tumble. Scrappy Goblin grabs 4 more points. Avalanche getting pulled way, way, way back and decides to call the jam. I love that Derby and D&D have a good Venn diagram. Although I've told the people that I play D&D with about Derby, and they are like, okay, cool. Can we play D&D? So not all D&D players like Derby, and not all Derby players like D&D. It's a very special subset that includes myself and Tara, so it is the best subset. Of what? Sirius goes, it's a Venn diagram, Aria. It's not just two circles on top of each other. Hurricane is your lead jammer, and currently leading in the vote. You've got 10 game minutes to continue voting. Hurricane is in the lead. Cosmic following. Oh, there's only 8 votes so far. Come on. Oh, wait. I told you all to wait till 5 minutes. So keep watching them, but make sure you're voting. Everybody. I love it when everybody has some votes. Always great to see. 179 to 125 with 15 minutes left. Yeah, you are, Purple. Cannon Fodder and Purple are both D&D players. Okay, next time we are all in the same place, we should do a one-shot all together, those of us who are in the region of D&D. Ooh, Derby Date Night D&D. Serious, write it down. Another thing for you to plan. We will have a D&D Derby Date Night game at our house, a one-shot. That'd be so much fun. I think Troublemaker is a DM, so we could have him do the DMing. Rogue One and Extra. Ooh, Extra's jamming again. Love to see it. Rogue One is your lead jammer. Extra getting some help from the offense. The Mind Killer has got Extra in a trance. Extra has to just get past and does so to get out. Meanwhile, Rogue One is on a scoring pass, getting pulled all the way to the back. Tara's ready. Tara says she can DM a one-shot for us. Ooh, okay, we have to figure it out. Maybe we plan something for like Skate Wars for those of us that are there, if we go. That'd be fun. Okay. Yeah, we'll all have so much energy. Nobody's gonna be tired. We could do it like before Skate Wars, maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to make more excuses for us all to hang out. Nice, Tara. All right. We got Scrappy Goblin and Darth Bader Ginsburg jamming for both their teams. Scrappy Goblin getting, ooh, Scrappy. Was there a low block there? I think there was a low block there. That has to be a low block if you trip over somebody. Yep, it was. Okay. Even if that person didn't mean to. If you fall on the ground and people trip over you, you're going. Yep. And Scrappy Goblin grabs some points and calls the jam. Hurricane Han is headed to the jammer line, as is Hemlocked. Carl, I love how nervous you get when people like almost hit each other or hit each other. It's a what? It's a something of the job. It's a, what's it called when cough medicine? It's a hazard of the job. The job of the Derby player. What? It's a hazard of the cough medicine. I was saying my brain is cough medicine-y. Oh wait, it's a timeout, so I can tell you really bad jokes. Why was the musician arrested by the highway patrol? Because they started a massive jam on the interstate. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, this one's real bad. Which of Santa's elves is the best singer? Elvis Presley. What did the robbers take from the music store? The loot. I just learned that the drummer from my old band had triplets. They're all girls. He calls them Anna 1, Anna 2, Anna 3. I like that one. Oh, Derby's happening. I'm still telling jokes. Tara liked Elvis Presley. Hurricane hand. Yeah, Sirius said he just got the loot one. He's like, oh, a loot. I get it. Hemlocked is through, but Hurricane has already, almost already scored all those points. Oh, the Mind Killer, nice reforming to the front, but Hurricane is able to get through and grab 4 points for Rock and calls the jam. 12.5 minutes left in this jam. Game. Offended and highly amused. That's how I like it. That's what Carl said. I'm offended and highly amused. That'll work. There was one time I was telling drummer jokes, and Sirius was kind of like, hey, careful. Sirius is a drummer. I am a piano player. And our kids are drummers. I don't know how that happened. Rogue One jamming against Extra. Ooh, Extra tried to stay in bounds, but is getting pulled back. Rogue One is dealing with a tough Blocktopus at the front. And, oh, that was a big old smash up. That is Casey Me Rollin'. One-on-one blocking. Beautiful job. Star has been, no, Star was not past Sirius. That's Extra with the Star on. Star is popping off. Oh, no, that's like at a party you pop off. What? Pop. Pop rocks. All right. Rogue One is at the back of the pack. Extra approaching the pack. Extra scored 4. Is Rogue One still on their first scoring pass and is lead? I probably would have called, well, I guess they're still ahead, but I might have called it by this point. Extra through for another 4. Lansing blocker out of the box. Rogue One still pushing through. Extra coming around on another scoring pass. And Rogue One calls it. .188 to 137. 10 minutes left. 5 minutes left to vote for your skater of the game. Whew, it's getting close between Hurricane Hand and Cosmic Horror. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Another timeout. Official timeout. Another joke. Doo -doo. What? What are you pointing at, Sirius? Oh, no more timeout? But I have to tell it. Why? Nope, I already said that. I already said that joke. I said that joke, too. I said that joke, too. Wait, did I just copy multiple jokes all at the same time? Why do fish make good musicians? They know their scales. All right, that was bad. Oh, Michael Kwan's got one. What's the definition of perfect pitch? When you toss a banjo in the garbage and it hits an accordion. Scrappy Goblin is lead. Darth Vader Ginsburg is in that pack dealing with all 4 Lansing blockers. Scrappy Goblin's just got to get past. Is that Eva? Eva Lanch. Eva Lanch is doing a great job with this one-on-one blocking at the front. This game is reminding me why skaters need to work on their laterals. There's a lot of good side-to-side blocking that is happening here. And it is important. Skaters do not just go forward and back. They also go side to side. And you have to know how to lateral really well to be able to sweep from one part of the track to the other part of the track. Tara, what do you think is the best way to work on your laterals? What is your favorite lateral drill that you think really helps with being able to whoop, sweep right over from one side of the track to the other? Yeah, whoop, just like that. Whoop. 3 minutes left to vote in the Skater of the Week poll. Skater of the Game poll. I have 8.5 minutes until I can go to bed. We got to find dinner first. And now I want fish and chips. But we're in Kentucky. Aren't we supposed to have like Southern food? What do people eat in Kentucky? What's like Kentucky? Well, I know they're famous for bourbon, but that's not food. Hemlocked coming in on a. Is this a power jam? Is Hurricane in the box? I think so. Yep. So Hemlocked has 4 points. Tara, this is not how you wanted Rock to do this as the game is coming to an end. Have you skated on this floor, Tara? Because it looks sticky to me, but maybe it is a little slippery. Okay, Hemlock did Hemlock call the jam? Or was it called to injury? Okay, I think, are we going to have to go to a quick timeout? Yeah. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. That skater has gone over to their bench, and they are doing well. We're so glad to have our medics here right by the track to be able to help out. Tara's like, your question is, yeah, not in a chat on text. You're absolutely correct, Tara. There's a lot of questions we are asking you that are much more complicated than just a quick chat on text, which is why we need to hang out in person. So Tara does say that she skated on this track, and it is fairly slippery. Yeah, slippery tracks are rough. Carl says we should go have Kentucky Fried Chicken since we're in Kentucky. I don't know if what Kentucky Fried Chicken cooks actually like. Actually, I know for a fact it's not unique to Kentucky. It tastes the same no matter where you get Kentucky Fried Chicken. Hurricane is trying to get through as Rogue One, who is lead jammer, is in the pack on a scoring pass. Hurricane coming around on a second scoring pass? First scoring pass. Hurricane was able to get out of the pack and has made it through. 4 points for Rock and Hurricane. Aren't slippery tracks the opposite of rough? Yeah. I mean, we usually call them either slippery or sticky. Oh, did you see that big old collision? Boom. That was nice hit by 65. Kobe. Rogue One running into Evalanche. Evalanche is just everywhere. Good job. All right. Hurricane is, I think, no, not outscored, because Rogue One, I think that, no, Hurricane has outscored. Nope, I lied. Okay, they've both gotten 8 points. Lansing is lead, 5.5 minutes left. Okay, this is the time. If you have not voted for Skater of the Game, you better do so now. There are a lot more of you in the chat than have voted. So make your votes, because we're about to close that poll. Everybody's tired, Purple. It's not hot in here, which is nice. Yeah, this is Cosmic's second game. I know you see that Cosmic is tired, but Cosmic played, like, these have both been very, very physical games. So I'm definitely feeling for the skaters who have played in both of these games, because I think That's got to be exhausting. Extra is jamming, but is headed to the penalty box. So this is going to be a power jam for Scrappy Goblin and Lansing as we get into 4 minutes and 36 seconds left in this game. Okay, you were right, Sirius. It does feel like this was much faster because 2 games compared to 12 last weekend, this feels a lot different. Scrappy Goblin is through and is given the signal to run it. Scrappy Goblin coming into the pack. Extra is coming out of the box, and that power jam is now done and complete. Extra running into 4 blockers in the back. Oh my gosh, look at this blocking. They have got to be exhausted, right? Like, oh my goodness. I'm just tired looking at this. 3.5 minutes left, and they are still playing their hearts out. Oh, Sirius says to close the vote. Close the vote? All right. Hurricane Han is going to be our skater of the game. Woo! Nobody's going anywhere. Like, there's just nope. We're just not going anywhere. Okay, Scrappy Goblin starting to pull that pack apart. Look at the bridging. Love to see good bridging being done, making sure that that pack stays together. Rock has to let Scrappy Goblin go and comes back to provide some offense. Sneaky little star pass. I want to give Bubbles a sneaky star pass sticker of some sort. We need something. Yeah, that'd be a cool sticker to have. 2 minutes and 46 seconds left in this game. This was I mean, I know that I'm not feeling well, and I should probably be glad that we're almost done, but it's so much fun just hanging out with my friends here in the chat and talking about Derby, and I can't wait to hear all about how South Bend does in Iceland. So Tara, you better come back and let us know. We'll miss you next weekend, but if you can tune in, I mean, we're going to be live most of the weekend next weekend, so that'll be fun. And I love some good juniors derby. Michael Kwan says the first year RollerCon was at Las Vegas. They waxed the floors. They had to mop the floor with soda to make it sticky. Oh my gosh. Well, they wanted it to be nice for the skaters. Could you imagine skating on a waxed floor? Good analysis, Carl. You think Rock's having difficulty blocking. Lansing is good at breaking through with their jammer and scoring points. I think you are correct, Carl. Star has been passed to the Mind Killer. Darth Vader Ginsburg through for 4 points and calling that jam with 1.5 minutes left in the game. This has been so fun to be here. I love having a nice, the venue has great lighting. This has been really nice to be here. And we're not driving home tonight, which is also nice. Our kids did ask us if they could have people over. We said no. Oh, the dancing is happening. They are ready for the after party. 1.5 minutes left in this game, and they are starting the after party now. Oh, that is very classy dancing. I love how, good dancing in Derby is always bad dancing. It's just the best. The very best. Makes me want to dance, too. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Why do you keep laughing at my little sound effects? That's my dancing song. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Oh, all right. I know I'm supposed to keep talking, but I'm running out of things to say. I could tell another bad joke. Okay, last joke of the night. How do you make a bandstand? Take away their chairs. There you go. And now back to one of the last jams of this game. We need Eric and his chicken dance. I loved Eric and his chicken dance. Thank you for making that happen, Tara. Carl says the culture is very different. Ooh, a quick jam there. Why is the culture different? Would you guys not like dance the way we do and like be silly and dorky and all that fun stuff? Michael Kwan is going to give us one last joke. What's the similarity between a drummer and a philosopher? Oh God, I love this. They both perceive time as an abstract concept. Serious, that was a dig on you as a drummer. Although, according to him, he controls the time, and so he gets to decide, according to him. Scrappy Goblin got lead jammer, but tumbled. 30 seconds left in this game. Scrappy Goblin is lead. I think this is gonna be the last jam because I just saw the stretch it out sign. Hurricane, our skater of the game, is out and chasing down Scrappy Goblin. Both jammers in the pack. Period clock about to run out with a minute and a half left. Only in roller derby can you express a personality and be quirky. Outside of derby is frowned upon. Oh, well, we like to express a personality and be quirky everywhere and encourage it from everyone because we think having fun is the best way to be. Okay, with that being said, final score, Lansing 222 and Rock is at 159. What a fun set of games we had tonight. It was so much fun chatting with all of you in the chat. I love that you joined us. We will be live again next weekend, bright and early at 10 a.m. Eastern time on Saturday for the Juniors Regional Open Division Playoffs. So we will see you next weekend on Derby Date Night.